Welcome, everyone, to Skeptic Bible Study, Episode 6, Canaanite Believe What I'm Reading, where we take a critical yet fun look at the book some people tell us is good. Tonight, come with us as we learn which wives we can and cannot take. Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic Crew? Woohoo!
Woohoo! Peradventure. You ready, Amy?
Adventure, absolutely. How are you doing tonight, James?
I am doing very well, thank you. We have episode 6 tonight. If our Star Wars buffs out there know, episode 6 was Return of the Jedi, one of the better movies. So, and 6 is also part of the number 666, which is also a good number. So, we're on the right path tonight.
So basically what you're saying is if this was Steam, we would have had achievements, or a game, we would have hit achievements.
Yeah,
like
and the devil would be in the corner worshiping you as he likes to do.
And welcome, Donald.
How you doing tonight, Donald?
A bit of pretty much useless trivia. I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. But a bit of pretty much useless trivia. The number 666 was never in the Bible before it got translated.
Really?
Yeah.
Some people say it was 616, but
it was it was 666. But it is the number of the name of Nero Caesar, which translates into either 666 or 616, depending on which spelling you're using.
Yeah, that's in the gematria, but I mean, who knows how reliable?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying there were two common spellings at the time, so that's why you could get either number out of it depending which spelling you used. The numbers are actually numbers that the letters represent in the numbering system of the time. Both the ancient Greek and the ancient Hebrew used the same kind of numbering system, where the alphabet was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. So any word that you spelled out in letters also spelled a number. And if you rearranged it, it was still the same number because there were no place values. The order didn't matter.
I think John the Revelator must have broke into Amy's stash before he started writing that bullshit down. But that's he must have, because he wrote some crazy shit, didn't he?
Well, it's linguistics, actually. It's language studies. It's kind of my field, so that's why I thought I'd just mention it.
No. I mean, the numbers and everything, the gematria, that's all interesting how they derive meaning from it.
And this is another word that seems to trigger the theos, which is the Canaanites.
The point is, The point is that Christians tend to interpret that as somebody that hasn't been born yet, that's off in their future, and it was somebody already alive at the time the writing happened.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it applied to both of them. Maybe Nero was just a prototype for a future evil man who would come to the scene, maybe like a reincarnation. I don't know. You could go down the rabbit hole. And you could take all sorts of different paths.
It sure don't seem that way, because if you look at what was being described, it was what was happening at the time.
And there are Christians who hold to that all those prophecies were fulfilled. I don't think that's a majority of Christians, but it wasn't definitely.
I mean, it wasn't a prophecy. That's what I'm saying. They were writing about something that was already happening. There's no prophecy there. It's just, here's what's going on, and basically, like, here's where I think it's going to go, or here's what I think is the problem with it. They were talking about something happening at that time, and someone who's already alive at that time. And I forget what the language order was, but the language it was being written in wasn't the language that you needed in order to get that number. It was the other two of the ancient Greek and ancient Hebrew. So basically, you had to know both languages to figure it out.
And okay. Also, Donald, I have a new one I wanted to ask you. We're going to use either of them, but I like either Para Adventure. We had the foreskin, but how do you feel about evolution? Because
yeah,
you like that word?
It happens.
Okay, we'll try it. Okay, so we're going to find out, which I find interesting. This seems to be a new theme. They haven't really talked much about the Canaanites, but this seems to be where the blood feud, the WWE match begins. So Abraham makes his servant swear to God that he won't let Isaac marry a Canaanite. All right. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abraham in all things. Wow, that's nice. In all things? All is everything. A lot of things, I'm just going to say.
That it is.
Yeah. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, kinky, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell.
Could you just imagine? He's going like, wow, God just like blessed me in World of Warcraft. Like, what's that? Something that hasn't been invented yet, but like, he blessed me in all things. So, yeah.
This seems like another Garden of Eden thing. This is like, hey, guess what? You're blessed in everything except. Yeah. Funny about that. There's this group of people over there. They're not blessed, and everything except for them. You can't have them.
Yeah, everything but.
Everything but.
God did like his butts.
And obviously nothing can go wrong from here. I feel like Yahweh is just going to say, don't
it's another one of Yahweh's master plans.
Exactly. And then the Canaanites are going to live happily ever after. I feel like they're
Yahweh
just going to stay away. Thy hand under thy thigh, and I will make thy swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of earth, thou shalt not take a wife unto my sons and daughters of Canaanites, so messed up, among whom I dwell. So they're close. But thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. Oh, okay. He's about to play matchmaker. Go to my country where my family lives and find a wife for Isaac. Well, I know how you were about to like kill him and all, but funny about that. He survived. Go get him a wife.
But the worst thing that could happen would be him to marry one of those Canaanite broads.
And the servant said unto him, Peradventure, the woman will not be willing to follow me onto this land. Must I need bring thy son unto the land from whence thou came? What if a woman is willing to come back with me? Should I bring Isaac with me? Wait, so he's asking if he gets hooked up, could he bring her back with him? Is that what this is telling me?
No, it's just like he's going. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding. My understanding is he's going to try to get a woman to bring back for Isaac, and he's going. Well, maybe I should bring him along because she might not want to come back, not knowing what I'm trying to hook her up with.
Okay, now I can buy that too.
Which means, guess what? Women could make some choices on their own.
And Abraham said unto him, beware that thou bring thy son thither again. The Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee. Ooh, we're getting angels again. And thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if a woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master,
Ooh, kinky,
and swear to him, took
under
the words
his thigh
out of my mouth, and swear to him concerning that matter.
I mean, that almost sounds like a Donald Trump handshake,
I don't know. Isn't all that swearing going to upset Yahweh?
I don't know.
I mean, you know how a lot of Christians can be about that. Don't want any swearing. My God, don't like that stuff.
You
Like
gotta
the-
understand, Donald. He's special.
like the angels in the
He gets
outfield.
to kill. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, James?
Oh, it was like a movie in the early 90s, Angels in the Outfield, about angels helping a baseball team try and win the championship. And whenever the players were using profanity, the angels wouldn't come. So the coach had to tell them all not to use profanity.
See?
I think Yahweh is special. I mean, think about it. If he entered into every event in the Special Olympics, not only would he not even be able to come in second in any of them, but he would be the only person who entered in any event who didn't show up.
He'd be the only person who, if you beat him, he might kill you. Like he might get really jealous.
I mean, Yahweh on the basketball court, he would use his superpowers and destroy you 50,000 points to 0, and then make fun of you because of how bad you are.
Yeah.
You suck. You're terrible. I destroyed you. No shit. I'm God.
Yeah. Yes. It's yes, Yahweh, you also destroyed the entire audience. Look at them. It's okay, so I made a bit of a mess.
Excuse me, Donald. He just drowned the entire audience. So technically they had their free will or something.
Yeah.
Evolve gills quick.
Yeah, they could have chosen to evolve gills. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Evolve gills.
You'll
Do it
find.
fast.
That's how evolution works. Not.
Exactly. It's supposed to happen within an hour. You're supposed to microwave yourself a new genome. That's how it works.
Like Ken Hovind always says, rabbits have been running away from predators for a long time. Why did they want to just evolve the ability to fly?
Yeah, no kidding.
Evolution doesn't do things just because you think it's cool.
Yeah, but even if that worked, what good would it have done? Because whoever was chasing them would have just evolved the same trait.
Well, there you go.
It's oh, the rabbit's getting away in the air. I guess I need wings. Yeah, that would be a heck of an evolutionary arms race, wouldn't it? If anything that anything that could think of a way to improve their situation could just choose to evolve that trait without ever having to wait for the right genes to come along, or to actually have generations pass where genes where changes add up over generations, as opposed to let's just proof this trait into existence. Because I mean, why does he have to make evolution out to be a competing god? Aren't there enough of those?
Well, I mean, Yahweh's got such a decision to make. Like when he engineered humans, and he forgot that he had that code in there for the tail, and once in a while that happens to get turned on, and you have a baby human born with a tail, intelligently designed.
It happens.
And I will say this, and then we'll go back. I don't think that evolution goes counter to a god. I think the reason they work so hard against it is that it weakens it. It weakens.
It makes their god unnecessary.
Exactly. And so the fact that happens, they fight so hard.
Yeah, Kent has pretty much said exactly that if evolution is real, then there's no reason to believe the Bible.
Well, right.
Which is why he fights so hard to try to make evolution out to be something it's not.
Because Jesus, his Savior, affirms the Genesis creation account. So it's hard to say it's a metaphor because Jesus referred to it as a real, actual event. Well.
And okay, so the servant finds a wife for Isaac, Rebecca. Wow, this is better than Match.com.
Well, that's at least we're getting a good name you can pronounce.
I'll tell you, my mom liked Rebecca and Rachel. She almost was going to call me Rebecca or Rachel. True story. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia. Once again, we come back to New York every once in a while. Onto the city, thank you, Spider-Man, onto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. Okay, hold on a second.
Even when the women go out, wow. Even then. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes their emphasis is so, let's say, interesting.
Is that city of messy potatoes like a cross between Sloppy Joes and mashed potatoes? I'm just wondering.
Yes, it is. It's close to the city of Charmander that we talked about a little while ago.
Yeah. Chameleon salamander, or however that works.
Exactly. Charmander, that town. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city, I think I read, by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time of the water, even the time that the women go out to draw water. Oh my God, like James said, holy moly.
Even when they go to get the water, go figure.
Hot stuff. We need to calm this down. And he said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day. And what I mean by that is send me the flash and shew kindness unto my master Abraham.
I mean, was this scribe trying to write something to make people go to sleep? I mean, there's like nothing happening.
I will say that tonight's Bible study is anchored by 2 points of dissing on the Canaanites, but in between that is just a lovely sandwich of exposition. I don't know why, but they just love. I don't think this is going to be highly quoted, but maybe we'll find a donkey, or who knows? We had talking snakes at one point, so the mysteries continue. Yeah, so and let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee that I may drink, and she shall drink Oh, baby, just make sure he's not putting anything in there. And drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast shewed kindness unto my supporting of slavery. I mean, my master.
Was kindness the name of his horse?
Hey, I'd be a nice. I'd take it. Come on,
He was shooing.
kindness.
He was shooing kindness.
Hey, you never know. It's better than rain of fire, or I guess we haven't gotten to killing firstborn Egyptian sons. I don't want to make prophecy, but
Rain of fire. That's like acid rain that ignited, right?
yes. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethel, son
Dun, dun,
of
dun.
Dun dun dun. I would feel at this point, if this was in a movie, there would be decent lighting on Rebecca's face with like a lens flare, and there would be like a fan that the audience can't see that would be blowing her hair majestically. Rebecca came out, who was born to Bethel, son of Michal, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder.
The cousin of Bob, the great nephew of Bill, the brother to Sarah.
Let it be known. Is Yahweh is just sitting here. I'm sorry, it's Moses. They haven't told us this yet. And the damsel was very fair to look upon a virgin. Neither had any man known her. And what is with this obsession? It begins. It already begins.
With what?
Just this obsession with virginity. Because Mary has to be a virgin. Wink, wink. You know.
Yeah, well, that was a mistranslation anyway. The original text just said she was a young woman. So
I have heard that.
All this excusing of why there was immaculate conception, or that she had a baby without having sex and all that stuff. The Bible doesn't say that. At least not at least not before it got translated into English.
Are you saying they kind of Kim Jong-un'd it, where it slowly became kind of more mythical as it came along?
Yeah, something like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because when Abram was impregnated by God, God had a much easier time because he had an asshole.
Well, you'd have to read the story, see what it says in Mark. That was the oldest
making
text.
Abram's butt baby was much easier than making Kim Jong-un.
That's true. And see that ruins most of my jokes. See, I was just thinking that Mary might have had a like it's a good story. Mary has a little fun.
Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb.
She comes back and he's like, he doesn't have my eyes exactly. It might be your side of the things.
Isn't that the story of? But isn't that the story of Christianity? Mary had a little lamb.
He's the lamb, right? That's
part of it. Yeah.
Do they actually say lamb in the text?
Yeah, and his flock are all sheeple.
Wake up, sheeple! The world is shaped like a velociraptor. Don't feed what the NASA and scientists and people who train their entire lives are telling you.
And don't feed the squirrels.
And don't feed the squirrels. Exactly. Birds aren't real. Birdsaren'treal.com. Okay. Where were we? I couldn't help myself. virgin, neither had any man known her, and she went down to the well, a wishing well, probably not, with the pitcher, and she came up. And the servant ran to meet her. Hi, Rebecca. I am human property. How are you doing? And I said, let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. Oh, well, that's nice. Here, human property. At least drink some water. At least she's being nice.
Well, if you don't give them water, they'll die, and then they won't be able to do any work for you. So it's kind of a necessary evil.
That's very
Wait,
true.
who was praying there?
That's a good question. Who was praying for who? So, and the servant ran to meet her and said, let me, I pray thee. It sounds like the servant is, drink a little water of thy pitcher. Abraham's servant runs to her and said,
well, Yahweh's going to be upset with him. He's praying to the wrong God there.
Oh, yeah. Don't make a woman your idol, right?
I think it's just an old English reference where like the word pray meant like a request, like
Well, that's all praying has ever been. When people say they pray to God, and they mean that that they have conversations with him. They don't know what the word pray means.
Well, just like the conversation Jesus had with the fig tree. I mean, yeah.
Well, the age.
Dark Matter 2525, by the way, has I believe it's a recent video made pretty recently on how God invented prayer.
Well, I mean,
Almost trying to bring it up.
Jesus says in the Bible that whenever two or more people pray for something, it shall be done. So, and we know that works 100% of the time.
Yep. So, he kind of destroyed himself with that one, because you got to know there have to have been believers who prayed God out of existence because they preferred Satan.
Well, at that point, God would just be like, "Psych, you're going to talk. You're going to talk to praise I am that I am about that one."
Yeah, Jesus was just kidding.
Psych. That's what Jesus would have said.
Yeah, there is also a Dark Matter 2525 video in which Yahweh says that, or not Yahweh, Jeffrey reminds Yahweh that he did make an 11th commandment. It said, psych.
Psych. And we're going to read 600 commandments. I feel like it's a hill, but I'm ready to climb it. I'm ready
We've already gotten a couple, but yeah.
Yeah, we've got some, I guess, covenants, right? So is that the same as a commandment? I guess it's similar,
they consider when God says be fruitful and multiply that's a commandment.
If you put some...
You don't see that from the Christian community a lot these days. Come on, Christian community. You should be multiply. I guess they're saying we are, but you got to be married. But come on, sex. Do. I feel like the Bible would never endorse a man having two wives. I feel like there would never be a chapter even remotely similar within the next 20 or 30 minutes that would allow multiple wives. That would be
polygamy.
Weird. I don't want to do any prophecy.
Yeah, where did they get that? Where did they get that from?
Excuse me.
It's obviously not in here.
We are a good Judeo-Christian channel.
We are. This is the no sodomy zone.
No sodomy zone.
No sodomy
No
zone.
sodomy zone. As long as you just say no homo, it's fine. It's good. You'll be okay. Okay. And when she had exactly. And when she had done giving him drink, she charged him 350. Oh, no. She said, I will draw water for thy camels also until they have done thy drinking. And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough and ran again until the well to draw water and drew for all his camels. She's drawing out her camels.
I mean, this would be like listening to a narration of someone making a sandwich. It's about on that level of importance.
Not on that level. I know. This isn't quite the Battle of Sodom or the Tower of Babel being pushed over. We just
And
had
then
some good old... What
They
was that?
cut the tomato, and then they took the bread out, and then they got the meat, and then peradventure.
And this
Yeah.
is why so many Christians, Jews, whoever, don't read the Bible, because it's so. How many times do you want to read begotten and feeding of camels and?
You have to read through so much nonsense just to
Yes,
get
there
to
is
what's
juicy
actually
parts.
happening.
Yes, there are juicy parts, but you have to mine through them. Let's see, where were we? Drank water and drew from
Very
camels.
interesting.
Very interesting. I'm working on it.
That's
See-
Kent Hovind. I'm editing a video.
let me just say, because this is I forget who did it. You should never roast anyone that you don't love, but there's a part of me that loves Ken Hovind, so I'm gonna keep on working on my Ken Hovind. Look, evolution into school. The thing is, I just don't want religions taught in school. That's all.
So when they asked for something to draw water, were they handed a pencil?
Yeah.
How
There you go.
about this, Amy? I don't want my tax dollars going to teach evolution. You're like, your tax dollars can't.
Oh,
Yeah. No, he doesn't want other people's tax dollars going to teach evolution, because he wants other people's tax dollars going to, make him richer.
That's not
And he doesn't understand evolution well enough to write a book on that.
Somebody that's a taxivist.
Well, Donald, you can
Something
go to
like
my
that.
webpage and you can just buy as much stuff as you want.
Yeah.
All right, here.
Yes.
Here.
Buy
Yeah,
a load of crap.
Buy it all,
buy
Donald.
buy balls.
And don't forget to buy flood insurance. Very important. Flood insurance. Okay, where were we? It was very exciting. We were feeding our
We were
camels.
far away.
Hey, maybe the
21.
camels will speak. You never know. And
Maybe.
the man... Yeah, maybe. It could
I'll
happen.
never know if they did.
I wonder what happened to that snake. I wonder if the snake is still alive. Like, if he's still roaming around, or did the snake have to die too?
He would have drowned in the flood unless he was one of the
Oh,
two that got taken
yeah.
up.
Out in the flood.
Unless he was a sea snake, but otherwise he would have been in trouble.
Right. And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether the Lord had made his journey preposterous or not. Yes. And it came to pass. Was it preposterous? Yeah. And it came to pass as the camel.
Right?
Is it prosperous? I was trying to think if I'd said
Probably
it right.
Prosperous.
Yes. Either
Prosperous,
way, the
yeah.
answer. The
It
answer
is
is
preposterous,
probably
even
not.
though still
Yes.
it is preposterous. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
My brain's-
is a posturous attitude called a postertude for short?
Say that again.
Nothing.
Get your drum set out, Amy.
But
Yeah, there you go.
hey, comedy is first and foremost here. That's what we.
It's the only way you can stay sane reading this shit is to laugh at it, because it's just so dry otherwise.
Yes, and it's hard to get even people that disagree. Like I said with your debate, Donald, then you get people to laugh, especially his crew, which was my favorite part. Because you can't. What is he supposed to do? Go like, shut up, no laughing. And here, hold on, I'm gonna help
like,
Daver's impression. He says that you have to, not only do you have to have it up and down. That's easy.
Anybody who,
I'm so sorry,
were
Ken.
laughing?
I love you. You should debate me if you're watching this. If some Kent Text secretary is watching this, first of all, I love you, Kent secretary. Come on, I heart you. And we should have that debate. Come on, evolution. Evolution, creationism or atheism, theism. We got this. You got this. You got this. Okay, where were we?
I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, James. And man, peace to wit, whether Lord's journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, the camels had done drinking. At least the camels get done drinking. That the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold. Okay, the servant took a gold earring, 2 gold bracelets, and said to her, "Who is your father? Is there room for me to stay in his house?"
Darth Vader.
He's just taking stuff from. Okay. And said, "Whose daughter art thou?" Wink, wink. Excuse me. "Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in?" Wink, wink. And she said I'm adding intention.
Before I forget, Kent was going to tell the people who are laughing that they have to drink the Kool-Aid first. So if you see Ken Hovind making a cauldron of Kool-Aid, it's probably best to run.
Is that him? I am the daughter of Bethel and the son of Michelin Man. Speaking of Kent.
Stop, please slow down. Don't stop, though. Keep going faster and faster. When you get to about 100 miles
his famous
an hour,
merry-go-round.
That's where the kids began to fly off the merry-go-round. Now, when this happens, you will notice.
That's why the planets spin backwards.
Here. Where is that? Here.
That's where the kids began to fly off the merry-go-round.
Until they encounter resistance, like a tree or a foam pole.
We cover on that theistic evolution position in video 7. And the big
taking pot shots at theistic evolution. I love it. Once again, they separate themselves. I always find it funny. Okay. Which she bare unto Nannar. She said, moreover, unto him, we have both straw and provender enough and room to lodge in. I think she's trying to say yes. And there's room for you to stay with us.
They have straw? Okay. That's cool.
And they have straw. Okay, hey. And the man bowed down his
Enough
head.
to make a good straw man argument out of, I'm sure.
But I'm sure. I'm sure plenty, actually. But it's good that, at least they are treating him like any other property would and giving him. I should really critique because they are giving him lodge. But
I mean, they haven't killed him yet, so I mean, it can't be that bad, right?
That's true. Haven't even
He's still alive.
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. Okay. And he said, "Blessed be the Lord of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren." And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house and these things. And Rebekah had a brother. Ooh. Is her brother single? And his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, he was like, I hate to say this, but can I try it on? And when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man. Ooh. And behold, he stood by his camels at the well. And he said, Come in, baby, thou blessed of the Lord, wherewith standest thou without it? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. Well, once again, at least you're being nice to the camels.
I'm standing by the well with the camels. It's a great way to pass the afternoon.
Exactly. Where were we? Damsel ran.
What was that question he
Mermaid.
asked? That comment you just had up had a question in it.
And why doesn't the Bible mention the urban horror kind? We obviously exist. It's true.
Like as part of the beast kind, the creeping kind, the foul kind.
Yeah, I don't understand how.
You might notice none of those kinds are described by what they are. They're all described by what they do. Whether they graze or swim or fly or it's all about what they're observed doing, which means according to the Bible, if you interpret that directly, that means the things that they do is what their kind means. It has nothing to do with what they are. So
they would say
bats and birds can mate together and make more flying kind.
But they would look at an ostrich and say that's not a bird because it doesn't fly, or a penguin.
Exactly. Yeah, that's not the flying kind. As a matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't the Bible say something to the effect of the birds of the air or the fowl of the air, and doesn't mention birds of the ground at all, or birds of the water?
Well, like whales are fish, and even though they're not fish,
yeah. Well, they're swimming things.
They're aquatic mammals. Yeah.
Yeah, they're swimming things. So according to the Bible, the swimming things beget after the swimming thing kind. And if you think about it, the Bible says that the earth will bring forth the cattle, the beasts of the field. So in other words, the Bible is talking about evolution, but it's a separate evolution for like the water stuff and the flying stuff, the swimming stuff and the flying stuff and the grazing stuff. Those are all separate evolutions. So that there we run into a bit of a problem because reality doesn't work that way. As Kent Hovind put it, the Bible and the Bible story and the evolutionary natural history are in direct conflict with each other. He says direct opposites. That's why he can't let anybody believe reality because it conflicts with his religion.
I once said Gesundheit in front of a German, and they just could not stop laughing. And I had no idea that Gesundheit was German. And I was like, oh, okay.
Was it your pronunciation or just the fact that you uttered a German word and they weren't expecting you to?
Probably both, just because it just comes out of because they're a dual speaker. They live in Germany, and they were just on the channel, and they're just used to be talking English. I try and use it instead of bless you. I say I think it means good health or something like that.
Good health, yeah.
Okay, and the man bowed down his head. He worshipped the Lord. As you do.
Do you know where the bless you came from as far as sneezing goes?
That from the plague, right?
No, that was actually because it goes back to this concept that God breathed the breath of life into Adam, and if you sneeze, if you exhale too hard, too fast, it was believed that you were basically exhaling your entire spirit, all of your breath of life. And if you didn't get blessed right away, you could die from that. Which makes sense if you think about it, that people would end up thinking that because, occasionally when somebody sneezes, they'll end up with a stroke or something like that. So sometimes people do die from sneezing. It's not a common thing, but, without medical technology back then, it's probably a little more common.
Is it true? I'm skeptical of it, that your heart stops when you sneeze, or is that just a myth?
I don't actually know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does a little bit. I would say this much. I doubt that it's been scientifically proven because it would be pretty hard to measure the heart rate while you're in the process of sneezing.
Yeah.
That could be
Oh, no, you have to have
problematic.
the machine hooked up to you.
Maybe not impossible, but probably problematic. And I can't imagine really. Well, yeah, I can imagine, but I can't see any justification for anyone, going through what it would take to actually do that, just to find out whether or not the heart skips a beat when you sneeze, because the heart skipping a beat is no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I guess just one beat is like, because it's beating anyway, right? So it'd be hard to tell.
Yeah, hearts do that once in a while anyway. It's like I said, not a big deal. And just disclaimer: I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not giving medical advice.
And James said he'll be right back. He was recruited by Satan to fight Yahweh. And so, just an update on that. And he said, "Blessed be the Lord, God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth, I being in the way." Yeah, butter Yahweh up. "The Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran." Ooh, we're getting very Princess Bride here. "And told them of her mother's house these things." Or really more of a Disney princess. But either way. "And Rebecca had a brother, and his name was Lesbian." I'm just kidding. Laban. And I can't not change that now. "And Rebecca had a brother, and his name was Lesbian. And Lesbian ran out unto the man unto the well." And I'm too proud of this. You could hear it in my voice. "And it came to pass when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, and when he heard the words of Rebekah, his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me."
Spec, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Bible sure has a lot of obsession with who's related to who, huh?
Was your
Oh,
ancestor?
they have an obsession with relations and sex and a whole bunch of things that they tell other people to not be obsessed with.
Was your ancestor a sea sponge?
Did you come from dirt? I gotta go deeper. A little deeper upper. He has a
Was
good
your ancestor a sea sponge?
a sea sponge.
Yeah, there's one spot in this video I'm editing. There's a spot in there where Kent first accuses I forget, I think he's talking about scientists, but first accuses people he disagrees with of saying that the universe comes from nothing, and then right afterward points out how a guy he was talking to who probably didn't know what he was talking about said that the universe came from dirt. Oh, which is it? Dirt or nothing? So he's like, well, so I say, in the beginning God, and you say in the beginning dirt. Well, where's the in the beginning nothing? Or how about the in the beginning there was, like a universe? Because where was the beginning? Why did we have to have a beginning?
See, my joke is I like to think that God is just like Patrick Swayze, and he just sat there with clay, and he was just like, oh, baby. And he just made Adam, and he's just like, oh, yeah. Just like that scene from Ghost. Exactly the scene from Ghost. And just as creepy because it's his son. But it's an adult, so I think that's okay, even though they have the mental capacity of children. But then why would you put a tree in there of good and evil and then torture them? Okay, let's not go down a loophole.
But
welcome back.
If you look at the original Hebrew, though, it doesn't actually say in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. My best interpretation of it actually comes something more to the effect of in the beginning of the creation of the heaven and the earth, or the formation of the heaven and the earth. Not in the beginning this happened, but rather in the beginning of this happening. Because and which makes sense, because otherwise it's in the beginning of what? In what beginning? In the beginning of your grandmother's menstruation period?
Hey,
You know,
careful there.
that's when
Don't be around-
that's when God created the heavens and the earth. You know, in the beginning of your great uncle developing toe fungus, God created the heavens and the earth. I mean, in the beginning of what?
So
He
before
got
I
really
got kicked
bored.
off, before I got off, I was just going to say my understanding of the bless you is that it was during the plague. Pope Gregory told people to bless the sick because if you sneezed, they thought you had the plague and there was a good chance you were going to die. So, but like many things, it
I
probably
have
had more
not
than
heard
one.
that story.
But like many things, it probably didn't necessarily all come from one source. I mean, it could still come from
Yeah.
different sources
Yeah,
over
well,
time.
a lot of times there are multiple origin stories for uses of certain words and stuff like that. And what linguists tend to do is to look into what was in common usage, and what are the earliest recorded sources. If one predates another one, that's a
Yeah.
clue. But these are basically linguistic historians, and history is my worst subject, so I'll leave the history
Ah,
part to other
I
linguists.
I mean, sometimes they just don't know. They have to speculate or go with conjecture. They don't know for sure. But
And okay, I feel bad. I think you missed the passage.
Well,
He
if they don't know, they're better
Yahweh.
off to just admit they don't know.
Exactly.
Was your
Yahweh
ancestor
just retied the theory of everything. It was amazing, James. In that short we should go
what
back.
did I miss?
You missed. He tied general relativity and what is it
Quantum
called?
physics?
Quantum
Oh, the
physics.
theory of everything. Yeah.
I know.
Wow.
It was really quick, so we should go back up. No.
Well, look at verse 26 there. I mean, you could just read that all day long because that is just amazing.
Worship, worship, worship. What could you want more? Okay, so we went. I think we didn't really go much further. So, and he said, "Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of mercy and truth, his mercy and truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren." And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Lesbian. Oh, we did do this. I did. I got too proud. I remember. Came back off real fast. And Lesbian ran out onto. Oh, that was the thing you missed, James, is that I guess you found it already. And Lesbian ran onto the man onto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, he was like, "Can I try that?" And when he heard the words of Rebekah, his sister, saying, "Thus spake the man unto me," that he came unto the man. Okay, look, half of it I'm making up, half of it the Bible is just being naughty. And behold,
And look at this next one. More standing by the
Somebody
camels.
Somebody else made it up long before you did, so they beat you to it.
Yeah, they beat me to the punchline. I'm just reading it. Onto the well. Thus spake the man unto man, came, behold, stood by the camels at the well. Okay,
Wait.
it's a giant
Thus
orgy
spake-
right now.
Oh, it doesn't get
Did
any
you say
worse.
thus spank the man?
I probably did. Thus spake the man unto me. Like I said, this is getting kinkier as we go.
Yeah.
About time. And he
Thus
said,
spank the man.
"Boom, baby, boom." What is with the blessings? It gives me like such deja vu. Some passages I'm like, did I read this, or is just Yahweh have to be blessed every 5 steps every time we do something? Okay.
You know how much Yahweh likes bless for me.
Yeah. And he said, "Come in, thou blessed of the Lord, wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels." And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender to the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. Oh, they rhymed. But he said, "I will not eat. I will not eat with green eggs and ham. I will not eat it in a pan.
I will not eat it, even if you put on jam, until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant. Good to know. Once again, endorsement of property. We're up to like, I wish I had multiple calendars. I had one calendar at one point, which was Yahweh ups. And so every time that humans seem to mess up the plan of an omnipotent creator, we just throw the calendar back down. And yeah, well, just every time that they mention slavery, I should just have another calendar. How many passages till we mention endorsement of slavery? All right. And the Lord hath blessed my master greatly. Well, that took us, I guess.
Ken Ham I am, filling your email up with spam.
Exactly. See, now you're getting it. Ken Ham I am. I will not eat grain, eggs, and ham. And he has become great. And I still love you, can't debate me. I'll be respectful. I love you. Come on. And he hath given him flocks and herds.
I wonder how much Ken Ham and Kent Hovind hate it when people confuse them with each other.
Oh, that's right. I am getting them back. I'll debate either of them. That's true. Ham sandwich.
I just
Hovind,
wonder,
please. It's true. They probably get that often, and they probably dislike it every time that someone comes up for their autograph or something and asks for the other. But what can I say?
Oh no! Did my computer just freeze again? I hate it.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but that's on my phone. I think my computer just froze again. It's going to reboot, and then I've got to do all that work over again. I hate that.
Okay.
I've had to do that so many times.
The link, I just resent the link back on chat. In fact, what I'll do, which I should have done from the beginning, is pin it. Boom. And welcome back, James.
I don't know what's wrong with my internet tonight. It's just being all soy.
It's okay. See, I've been waiting. I mean, I shouldn't really believe in jinx, but I've been waiting for my computer to crash in one of these.
Here's what I'm talking about, in case you're wondering.
What are you working? What are you working in? Premiere?
That's on my computer. No, it's Video Pad.
Huh.
Yeah. So
as I hiccup.
Yeah, I think in a little while my computer is going to reboot itself because nothing seems to be working.
Did I miss anything exciting?
The first time I did that today, I had left for a little while. I left my apartment, and when I came back, I had lost hours of work. And not only did it reboot, but somehow it reverted my saved version of it to what was like hours before the last time I had saved. I have no idea how that happened. And I've since then had it do a similar thing where it doesn't keep the last version I saved. I don't know how that's even possible. It's not, at least it's not going back hours before.
It must have been the devil. It must have been the devil. He's a trickster.
Yep. There it goes.
Oh,
blue screen of death.
I know it well. Like I said, I'm surprised if it ever does happen, you guys will know it's either the browser crashed or my computer blue screen.
Yeah, we'll just wait for you to come back. Did I miss anything exciting in the chapter here?
I think figured out what happens on the outside, or should I say the inside of black
serving
holes?
Men, right?
No.
Men servants, those are the people who serve men, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to the women servants serve the women.
Or the man child.
Yeah.
The infamous man child.
Yeah, or that. Yeah. The man child has to have man child servants.
Man-child servants. Yeah, you gotta have all three. Okay. And the Lord hath blessed my master greatly. This whole paragraph is just a big old sign saying we endorse slavery, and he has become great.
39 is going to be a good one. But don't skip ahead.
And he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men servants and maid servants in that order. Fuck you. And camels and asses.
And a bag of Doritos and
gave him lots
copper
of crap.
wire. And a Chuck
And
E.
the
Cheese
kitchen
token.
sink.
And a cookie.
But not a what's it called cookie. It can't be risen of whatever, right? You can't have to. We haven't gotten to that yet. And
No,
can
we're not
it
quite
not
there yet.
have? Woohoo!
Canaanite.
Oz
Hey,
in the house.
Oz.
Welcome to our, I guess, who we cannot date and so adventure.
Episode 6, Return of the Yahweh.
Exactly.
Revenge of the Yahweh. Or Yahweh
Return
Strikes
of the
Back.
Yeti.
So far, we've had a loving endorsing of slavery, and we fed a camel. So
As you
good
do,
times.
defend slavery, right?
As you do. And okay, and Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son to my master when she was
wonder.
old. Though that's kind of relative, and unto him hath he given all he hath. What were you going to say,
I
Donald?
wonder if that Star Wars movie was like originally Return of the Yeti, and somebody went, what's that? Return of the Jetty? No, it's Yeti. Well, you spelled Yeti with a J.
That scene is so iconic. That cut open.
Which one?
Where he cuts open it's not a camel, but the equivalent of a camel.
In
He cuts open the Yeti. Yeah.
5, Return of the Empire Strikes Back.
Mhm.
On Hoth? Yeah.
And survives on there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Hoth. Yeah. Good times. That's a good movie. Good movie.
They were good.
Yes. Climb inside of your pack animal to stay warm. 'Cause
Exactly.
That's going to last.
Well,
yeah.
all it has to last is long enough till you get rescued.
Yeah. That's assuming you're going to get rescued, because if not, you're going to be stepping out of that thing like wet and slimy, and then having to, walk in the freezing cold with slime evaporating all over you, speeding up your freezing to death.
And okay, let's get back. I want to see if we have camels and asses. I want to see if they talk or if something interesting. And my master made me swear, saying, "Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites."
Back to this shit
there
again.
We go.
Didn't we already discuss this? He doesn't want his son to marry a Canaanite. Yes, we know.
Yes.
We're back on theme.
Camels are lumpy and asses are recursive.
It's whose land I dwell, and this seems to be the first chapter that they really go all in on the Canaanites are bad people.
I can't see the chat right now, but I wonder, did anybody get my my joke about asses being recursive?
I'm sure one of them did.
Yes.
Probably some computer geek out there went, yeah, I guess they are.
Probably John Maddox. Probably.
They recur. That recursive goes over and over.
Logical.
And over.
No,
Probably
recursive, as in asses have asses.
Okay, so it's a loop. It's kind of a loop.
It's circular.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah,
You know what? I'll take it.
Only if you conflate one kind of ass with the other.
Got you.
then it's recursive.
Got you. Okay.
It's a pun, yeah. It's a recursive pun.
We about to say something, James? And if not, I'm going back in.
I just did the dudooch.
But
Yeah.
There you go.
But thou shalt go unto my father's house and to my kindred and take a wife unto my son. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty baby. And I said unto my master, Para-adventure. You know what's funny? I see a cartoon, I see Rick and Morty or something. Every time that he says that now, I just see a Futurama reference or some sort of cartoon now.
George
the women
Jetson.
will not follow me. Exactly. And he said unto me, the Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way. Oh, we're getting back into angels. I like it when it goes all like supernatural, like the show Supernatural, which, no offense, but I feel like is a little bit better than the story that we're reading.
And then Maya Angelou came
Has hotter,
down.
It's really that
guys and
bad?
gals. Oh, I like Supernatural. And
Oh,
no,
yeah, but you said it's a little bit better.
it's true. That's true. That's
No, we
true.
could make our own version of that show, Touched by an Atheist.
Touched by an Atheist. That's right. We could make the show unsupernatural, where just everyone's on a computer and we're just debating. I don't think it would have quite the same touch, but okay. And prosper thy way, and thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred. I wonder if she gets a choice in this. And of my father's house. Thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest, oh baby, to my kindred. Boom. And if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I come this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God, my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper from which I go. What were you going to say, Don?
I was just going to say, there's some of my notes I'm working with, by the way. I have to take notes so that when my computer crashes, I can catch back up to where I was without having to spend the same amount of time.
Is it notes as in like, once again, you're making a film, or are you programming and you're making comments?
Yeah, I'm editing a video, and yeah, so the notes are on exactly where I made the edits, so that when I lose my position, I can find my way back. Repeat some of the steps I did without having to figure out exactly where to make the splices.
I mean, that's a lot of work. You could
sense.
just pray. You could just pray to remember where you left off. So that would be even easier.
Exactly. Or you could just pray to make your video be done, and then wait to see if the video gets done. Or, I'm not being fair, see if you could get 2 people to pray if the video gets done.
Oh yeah, you have to have 2 people to pray in order to guarantee your prayer is going to get answered with a no.
Where 2 or more are gathered in my name, I am there.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think this is this Matt Dillahunty's point, but that means that no 2 people have ever prayed for world peace at the same time. So
apparently not. You guys. Apparently not.
Yeah, atheists should get together and start praying in pairs on YouTube videos, and because after all, the Bible says if 2 are gathered in Jesus' name, there will he be also, and all this stuff. So why not? Hey, Jesus, we'd like some world peace. There's some atheists here, praying for world peace, now, as opposed to, after you start the next war.
So it's specifically Jesus, because that makes me think that Jesus is just sitting there playing video games, and 2 theists are praying for something, and Jesus just like, oh God, I was playing Morrowind.
Yeah.
Well, it's like in the Bible when Jesus said what signs there will be of people who follow him, and it says that they will pick up deadly snakes and they'll be fine. Now, the people who actually do that, at least they believe enough to start juggling rattlesnakes around the church, but often enough, wouldn't you know what happens? What do you think happens, Amy, often enough?
I feel like they either learn to believe in science really quickly, or they're going to find out if their maker is true very quickly.
Well,
that does happen.
Snake bites are not always fatal. So if you think about if you think about it, it was a safe thing back then to go around telling people, because if somebody got bit by a snake, you got 1 of 2 results. You either got somebody who goes around saying, he was right, I got bit by a snake and it didn't hurt me, or you get somebody who's not talking anymore.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Hey,
Oz.
You call me red-handed.
I know, in the middle of a sip. We're like, say hi. You're like, pfft.
And out of nowhere, like a ninja, Oz appears, as if poofed out of the air by Yahweh.
Woohoo!
And Yahweh said, "Let there be Oz."
And here I was.
And there he is. Yep.
It's funny. I just heard Abraham, and it was like, oh, I need to be there.
Hey, Abraham's going on all sorts of mischief. Is
that
been
your
interesting.
first name, Abraham? I did not know.
Abraham is he and Isaac's story are my favorite story in the Bible, being a father, and I love to drill that story home with Christians. So as soon as I hear the name, I'm like, oh, what'd they say?
Boom.
What'd they say?
Well, isn't it? It's so funny that basically he's about to kill his son, and after God pulls the football away, just like he always does, and was just like, psych, I didn't mean kill your son, just trying to see that you fucking obey me. And then we're at the point now where it's like, hey, go find him a daughter or a wife.
But not a Canaanite. Not a
Canaanite. No Canaanites.
No Canaanite woohoo.
But it's just so funny. Complete 180. It's like this is how you make Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah, and I apologize that I missed it going into that because I was trying to get caught up from our trip on emails and all that. But if we
go,
is it okay if we pause and go back to the Isaac story real quick?
That is an excellent idea. Just give me one second.
You want to go back to the chapter and verse, or?
Yes. Well, it's a very specific, just like the Tower of Babel, because I feel like Oz wants to make a point. So give me 1 second. Let's see.
That was our Cooking with Yahweh episode. How's about cooking someone up with me?
So God tells Abraham to kill his son Isaac.
Yes.
So you want me to read?
But Amy, don't forget your firstborn son that you love.
Whom you love.
Yes, whom you love.
Whom you love. Because you have all these other kids, you don't love them. Just this one in specific that you love. So here's where I just had this conversation with somebody, a Calvinist, the other day, and it fucked their whole shit up when we went through this. So, and I wish I got this early. I'm sorry, guys, that I jumped. I thought this was where you were at in the story.
No. Can I tell you something? To be honest, I was looking at the chapters ahead, and it's exposition. This is going to be the most interesting point of the entire night. So this is good.
Yeah, we can go back. It's not a problem, Oz.
And then we'll go once you're done your point, tell us, and we'll go back to the Stockholm Syndrome, because this is a 180. He goes from basically almost killing his son to God, the mob boss, is basically like, all right, that's cool. You didn't kill the kid. Go find him a wife or something.
But not a Canaanite.
But not a Canaanite.
All right, so we have, which we find out later, Abraham is, I guess, supposed to be the spokesman for this God, and one day this God is feeling like, I guess, insecure, and doesn't really know his place in anybody's life, but I guess especially Abraham's life, and comes on the scene is like, Abraham, I really need to know that you love me. And I really need to know that you're loyal to me and the things that I ask you to do, or maybe even command you to do. So what I want you to do, and what I'm going to ask you to do, is take your son, the one that whom you love, take him up on this mountain or hillside. And don't explain anything to this young man. I just grab his hand and walk him up the mountain or walk him up the hillside. And I want you to lay him on this little platform that we call an altar. Don't tell him it's an altar. Just tell him it's a platform, because platform sounds cool. lay him up there, and what I want you to do is sacrifice him. I want you to kill him. And the reason I want you to do that is because I want you to prove and demonstrate your love and your loyalty to me.
But don't
You
forget
know why
the
he wasn't
firewood.
supposed to?
Don't forget the
You know why he
firewood.
wasn't supposed to tell anyone, right?
Huh?
You know why he wasn't supposed to tell anyone, right?
Well,
Because that would give away the secret that God didn't know the answer to the question he was looking for the answer to.
right. Well, we've got there yet. We're just still going through the process. so
Get the kindling wood ready. Yeah.
The wood and the knives and all that. We're still working up the point to the fact that I'm not going to say it yet. So Abraham is taking this young man. Some people argue whether he was 13 or 33. It doesn't really fucking matter to me what age he was at that point. Walking him up this hillside or mountainside, and then there's this altar with wood, and there's obviously some type of a blade, a knife or a sword or whatever you wanted to call it. And they get up to this mountaintop, and to again for streaming purposes, trying to condense this. Abraham is literally on the verge of murdering or killing, depending on how you want to define those things, but murdering or killing his son to prove his loyalty and his love to this God, right? So the first thing, let's pause
to the
there.
Voice in his head.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. But let's pause there. So we have a God that's not been demonstrated. We don't know that this God's real. Like Dax said, so far it's just a voice in your head telling you to do these things. You were willing to take your son up onto a hillside or a mountainside, and you were willing to take the life of your son to prove your love and your loyalty to this thing. That's problem number one, and it's highly problematic to this whole story. And then where Christians say, well, and the reason I'm fast forwarding is because all of that we already know. We already know all that's fucked up. The wood, the knife, like you have a blade over your son's chest. I don't give a shit how old he was. Like all of that shit is real. It's disgusting and should never happen anywhere, anytime. I don't care what time period you're in, what culture you're in. That shit shouldn't happen. Period.
Yep.
But
I mean, biblical family values on display.
I agree. For me, this is where it gets more fucked up, personally. And you guys, if you want to push back, you can. To me, this is where it gets more fucked up. Is all of a sudden this angel comes along that's probably in his head too. But let's just say, for according to the text, this angel comes along. He's like, "Oh, psych, you actually don't have to do that, because the fact that you're willing to come down here and do this and go through the motions proves your love and loyalty to this God. So stop and then break to the next point." What?
Yep. Loyalty to a deceptive God.
Yes, absolutely.
We still don't know whether or not he's real, but now we know he's deceptive.
Right. But think about this. This is where, as a father, now this is where the father in me kicks in.
And Oz, do you know what the common apologetic that they'll give?
Well, you know what kind of a father Yahweh was.
Right, but
an asshole.
Before, yeah, absolutely. And Amy, I think I know what we're going to say, but this is the one where most of the Christian apologetics that I talk to, this is where I kind of disarm their argument. Is as a dad. Come
on, Oz. He said psych.
He did say psych, but as a dad, do you understand the mental, emotional, and psychological trauma and abuse that you just inflicted on that young man by putting him on an altar and putting him on wood that's ready to burn, and raising a blade over his chest, getting ready to bury it into his chest to kill him, simply to prove your love and loyalty to this God that your boy has never met, never seen, and it isn't demonstrated to be proven. Do you understand now what you've done to that child? And they can say anything they want to say about it, and there's no way to wiggle out of it. That is child abuse. Period. End of story. And it doesn't matter how you try to shake it out, how you try to define it, and how you try to wrap your little human brain around it. That is, if CPS, if you and I were to do that tonight, CPS would be called and we would go to fucking prison.
I mean, the only thing we can take solace in is that it's just folklore. It didn't actually happen, but it still is a messed up story. But you know what else is even worse is that even still today, every year in the United States, there are parents who kill their kids and they tell the police that they thought that God told them to do it. It's just
that's
tragedy.
Yes, and that's my whole point in saying that is that this shit, it sounds different because it's not like going to an altar on the mountaintop or whatever, but this shit still happens in the name of this God all of the time. All of the time.
They romanticize it.
Yes.
It makes this type of sacrifice appealing.
So I mean, if you don't believe in God and you hear strange voices in your head, you're probably gonna go to the psychiatrist because that's where you need to go when you start hearing shit that ain't real.
Yeah.
And
then
in the words of Kent Hovind,
I said, I'm glad to hear about that, son, because I am going to shoot you.
and then to go back to where I think you guys were, then you fast forward just a few, scriptures or, a chapter or two later, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's forgotten. It's forgotten. It's forgotten that he literally abused his son, whom he loved, to prove his loyalty to this God that we still don't even know exists.
And the thing is, God already knew beforehand, according to them, what would have happened. So there was no need to actually go through that trauma and inflicting this harm on this poor kid just to prove a point. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, 100%. And that's as a father, for biological and two stepkids, if any God, any being, anybody asked me to kill any of my kids, my biological or stepkids, to prove love or loyalty, I'll make it a dramatic pause just so everybody's crystal clear. Fuck you.
Ramen.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because doesn't that mean it's an evil God? I mean, wouldn't that be an evil God?
If he told you to go through, yeah, he would be. That would be evil.
I don't see where this all good, though. I haven't seen him say that Judeo-Christian word, like all good.
Even if he's like, psych, I didn't really mean it. Yeah, that's still an evil God.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what kind of God that is is not a jealous God? If this God is not a jealous God, why does he need Abraham to go and sacrifice his own son's life to prove his love and loyalty?
The Bible says he is a jealous God, but but it also says he's good, even though it makes him out to be evil. And of course, you know what an evil God is, right? That's a devil. So all those Christians out there, and for that matter, anybody in any of the Judeo-Christian religions, they're just they're worshiping a devil and calling anybody who worships anything other than what they worship a devil worshiper. How ironic is that?
Yep. And Dak, and that's the if you want to call it a dichotomy, there is a scripture that says that he is a jealous God, but there's also a scripture that says he's not a jealous God. And even if you go into Corinthians, where it gives the rundown of what love should look like and operate and how it should act, it would say that that God is not, or love is not jealous.
Yeah, well, it says that God is love. It doesn't, as far as I know, it doesn't exactly say that God is not jealous. But of course, love is not jealous. So, what does it mean if God is love? So, yeah, the Bible contradicts itself.
I was gonna say
in so many ways. Some more directly than others.
And okay.
Well,
Do you
thank you
feel
for.
good?
I was just going to say thank you for bringing us back to that, Oz, because that is a very important piece of the Bible that a lot of times people gloss over.
Yeah, and it was just last week, or not last week. It was just last episode. So
Yeah,
it's
like
good to
3
show
days ago.
the dichotomy of just you were about. I don't have a child. I just have a cat. But I know that generally speaking, you should want to bury your kid should bury you.
Yes.
You should never want to bury your kid. And it defies
If they're both
everything I
alive,
have
it's probably
ever.
better neither does.
Well, it's a passage. Unfortunately, if you live long enough, your parents will probably die. But
That was time sensitive. Okay, never mind.
yeah, but it's just at that point you do what I said. If the voice is telling you to sacrifice your child, you look at your family and you grab a gun and you say, "Okay, I know we can't win, but bring it on, asshole."
Yeah, you ain't taking mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly. At that point, it's like the voice in my head wants me to kill someone I actually care about. Where can I find a shrink that can help me kill the voice in my head?
Well, it's not this is not my joke, but if you talk to God, perfectly fine. If God talks to you, please go seek help.
Exactly.
Yeah, before he tells you to do something everyone else will regret.
Okay, and so we'll get back into exposition mode. Hopefully something interesting will happen. If not, it'll just probably be good old slavery, which I have an invisible calendar here, Oz. I have two, I think. One is every time that Yahweh messes up, we take the calendar back to 0, and every time that Yahweh endorses slavery, I take my invisible calendar back to there.
It's like how many days without a major fuck up?
Exactly, like it's like a nuclear power plant with the exactly.
Oh,
Behold.
Yahweh went almost a full day. Wow.
Yes, and you know what? He hasn't drowned anyone so far. He hasn't nuked the city in this chapter. So, I mean, we're doing good. Behold, I stand by the well of water. Good for you. And it shall come to pass. And when the virgin, once again, they're obsessed with sex, maybe a mistranslation, cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little of water of thy pitcher to drink. And she said to me, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels. Let the same be for the woman who the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. I know.
Drink now, and I'll also drown your camels.
I was about to say they share the same one.
That would be Yahweh. Never mind.
And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with a pitcher on her shoulder. I think I might have. Or they either read pitcher twice, and she went down to the well, and she drew water, and I said unto thee, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will give the camels drink, and I also will drink. And she made the camels drink also. Wow.
Wait,
I hope there's a sequel to this.
Too? She's going to drink too? Wow.
So they were waterboarding camels?
They were drinking water.
No, they've been
making them drink.
They've been nicer to camels than any of the women thus far. And I asked her and said, and that's not, I mean, I like camels.
Well, I mean, at least the camels have value, right?
Exactly.
There you
Oh
go.
yeah, that's the difference.
That's
Camels are worth something.
whose daughter art
Yeah.
thou? We get Shakespearean. And she said, the daughter of
Right.
Bethel, Nanner's son, who Michal bare unto him. And I put
Well,
earrings upon her face.
You know how terrible the world would be if everybody did what they thought was right. I mean, according to Kent Hovind, anyway.
If every man did that which was right in his own eyes.
Like, what a terrible world we'd be living in if everybody did what they thought was right instead of what they thought was wrong. Like when God orders you to kill your own kid, and you think, well, I think that's wrong, but God told me to do it, so what am I going to do?
And I know if I don't have someone spying on me 24/7, 365, I'd probably be murdering and stealing and all these.
Yeah, that seems to be the argument, that everybody on the planet would be doing things that they all think are terrible and would not want to see anyone else doing if they didn't have the threat of a supposedly all-powerful being watching them all the time.
Exactly. Just
planning to torture them when their nerves are all dead and they're no longer able to sense torture.
Just like when a parent tells their child they better be good because Santa Claus is watching and they won't get any good presents.
Oh, I was getting ready to go on a serial killer spree tonight, and I was like, "Oh, I saw the Skeptic Bible Study. I'm going to go do that."
See, we saved someone's life tonight. We're doing work. We're doing the Lord's work, people. We're the anti-lords.
Praise God.
Praise the Lord.
Praise God. Amen.
Dak got conflicts and everything. Yeah.
Serial killer.
All of a sudden,
I got you, Dak.
All of a sudden, you need to sing Hallelujah. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Hallelujah. Amen.
And okay, I get to say my favorite word. Then Lesbian and Bethel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Oh, here we go. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife. Okay? As the Lord has spoken it. I know. It says over here, Rebekah's brother and father agreed to give her to the slave's master's son, since it was obviously a marriage made in heaven. I love the annotations.
Oh, God, how can people believe this shit?
Is that the
in
lake of fire in heaven,
2021? God damn it. God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Oz, you don't remember?
He often does, according to the Bible.
You don't remember these exciting passages being spoken? Like, behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord. Oh, where'd my calendar go? So master's son, right, once again.
And let Amy now go to her cat's litter box, and let her change the litter for the cat, so that he may use the bathroom cleanly.
Blessings.
Rob men. Gay men.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant, hearing their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself. Off, really.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah. I feel like I'd rather read a good old Marvel comic than this, but hey, 2,000 years, little rusty. Lord bowing himself to the earth.
It is an interesting thing when you think about it. I mean, Superman, if you consider the comics, Superman is pretty much defined as the good guy. And yet, if Superman did something evil, I don't think many people would be going, he's still the good guy. They'd be going, hey, he did something wrong. As opposed to, Yahweh is defined as the good guy, and he's constantly doing evil, and they're going, well, it must be good because Yahweh did it.
Exactly. That's all that it matters.
At that
God
point,
does
you
it,
would
it's
need a
good.
Suicide Squad. Okay,
Even
I'm
if
here
you
all
can't
night too. But
understand it, it's still good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good because Yahweh said so. Oh, yeah. That video I mentioned earlier, Dark Matter 2525 video, where God invents prayer. I don't. Anybody who doesn't want to hear a spoiler, like, block your ears for a moment here. But yeah, just not to get into too much details. But there's a spot where Jeffrey says, "Well, is it how's he word that? Is it spelled correctly because you spelled it, or is it spelled correctly because you know how to spell it?"
I mean, listen,
Yes.
if God woke up today and decided to make 1 + 1 = 27, that would be the new answer.
That's how he rolls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Except the changes that would make to our universe would mean none of the rest of us would be waking up.
And
Magic.
okay, we're
Magic.
digging back in. And the
Peradventure.
servant, peradventure, Rick and Morty, and the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment and gave them to Rebekah. Oh, he's buttering her up. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things.
Precious things, my
What
precious.
a lovely gentleman, my
Precious things.
And they did eat and drink. Oh, that's good. And he and the men that were with him and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning. And he said, "Send me away unto my master." And her brother and her mother said, exactly, "Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at least 10. I'm sorry. Bible makes me laugh. At least 10. Maybe like 7. Well, 7's a little bit too short. How about at least 10? After
Precious
that,
things
shall go.
like our special edition Bible slave beating rod.
Woohoo! That was a good episode.
Approved by Yahweh. The best thing to beat your
Approved by
slaves with.
Yahweh. Exactly. Yahweh approved beatings. And he said unto him, "Hinder me not, if you don't mind, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way," if you know what I mean, wink, wink. "Send me away that I may go to my master." And they said, "We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth." Ooh, yeah, baby. Okay. They do this. The Bible does this. Okay. And they called Rebekah and said unto her, "Wilt thou go with this man?" And she said, I think so.
Wilt thou spit or swallow?
Wow. I mean, this is getting kinky. Not that it wasn't already. And they sent away Rebekah, their sister, and her nurse. Where did her nurse come from? And
But
Abraham.
if the teacher gets up in front of their class and the teacher says, "Okay, kid, listen, you started off like a slime and you slowly evolved to a human." You don't need to be a genius to figure out that teaching is going to destroy some kid's faith in the Bible.
What the fuck?
That's
Oh,
SpongeBob thinking right there.
That would be the end of the world if they had no faith in the Bible. Let me tell you about
Yeah,
that.
no kidding. Yeah, teach a kid reality, and that's going to destroy their faith in the Bible.
Was that
Uh,
was that Kenneth choking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was. Yes, distorting the stuff that science has taught us, so that it doesn't sound believable while he's trying to tell people that learning about reality will destroy their faith in the Bible.
Right, because
You know, he's got to twist the reality while he's doing it, because otherwise they'll recognize that that's reality, and then they'll be going, "Oh, so learning about reality destroys our faith in fiction. How about that?"
right, because if you go through the first 61 chapters or 61 chapters of this goddamn book that we've been through so far, does not just scream just flat out stupidity. I don't know what does. God damn.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself, does this sound more like the work of an all-powerful, all-knowing God, or does this sound more like the babblings of ancient Bronze Age man?
Yes, this is.
Yes.
These are writings of an ancient book, and then people are trying to distract, or I'm sorry, trying to take away meaning and purpose from ancient writings, and then applying it to the current day, which makes no sense because it's
too late. It's too late because the meaning was taken away long before it got written down.
Yes. Oh, I agree. It just being a former Christian of 30-something years, and that I believed all of this shit with all of my heart, and now being on the opposite side, it's so cringe. It's so fucking cringe to go through it now, and actually know that I have family members, I have people that I love and that I care about that actually fucking read this shit like it's verbatim, like from God, and it sucks. It fucking sucks.
And it's amazing. As soon as you take your blinders off and you read it with an open, objective mind, it just jumps out. It's obvious that this is not the work of an all-powerful creator. It's obvious.
Absolutely.
How did we miss that all these years? Why did we read it then and think it made sense, but now it obviously is wrong?
Also, what does inquire at her mouth mean? I didn't make that. I know I'm a comedian. I didn't make that up. What is the Bible doing to me here? What the hell? As they said, we were.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
at her mouth.
I know if they would have said that. I think if they would have said the football team instead of the choir, a lot more people would have got the joke.
Yeah, I feel like I get the joke, but the Bible's the one making it. What were you going to say, Oz?
I was about to say, I think we all know what it says at 57, and they said, "We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth." I think we all know what they're saying.
I think we all know, but I just anytime that a Christian that. From here on out, that a Christian tells me that there is, let's just say, no sex at a missionary position. What chapter are we on here? What are we?
That was a pun.
Genesis chapter 24, Exodus.
That was a pun, by the way, in case that wasn't clear. I said a choir instead of enquire.
Charged to inquire at her mouth.
Yes. So
I'd like to know.
In verse 57, we have oral sex Christians.
Yeah. I mean, seems pretty plainly.
I thought that was the only kind.
Okay.
Goddamn Bible. Fucking goddamn Bible.
Oh, I know. It's so funny.
Often, but in the textbooks it does. We started off like an amoeba and slowly evolved to a frog and very slowly became...
Oh, make him stop. Make him stop. Make him stop. Make him stop.
We're talking monkeys.
He hurts my brain. He hurts my brain.
He hurts everyone's brains that he manages to do anything to. So yeah.
He didn't do anything to my brain other than talk.
Well, that's what hurts it. Kind of my point.
Well, the ugly ass shirts he wears.
If you want to join us, I think it's pinned.
I don't know if you saw it or not, but I bought this one.
At least we know Dak
for
has
my
pants
debate
on
with
now.
him.
That's true. Dak, you're a confirmed pants interlocutor. It's our new category.
We just saw it. You got pants on.
Oh, I've got pants on.
Categories of interlocutors: those who have pants and those that don't. Poor Gavin. I love you, Gavin.
This is the shirt. This is the shirt that I bought just for my debate with Kent. I've worn it since then, but yeah, I bought that one just for the debate. So.
And I will be respectful because Amy said that she loves Gavin. I do not share that sentiment. I have an opposite feeling for Gavin. Gavin can go himself.
Oh, that's
right. Guy from New Zealand.
You know what?
Christian.
I agree. It's easy for me to make fun, but he did that shit on your channel. Yeah. So I might have a different view if he came and did that shit on here. So yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, he can go himself.
We'll go with Brahman.
Praise be to Brahman.
love it. And
Gay
I
men.
just want to show off. I have our very lovely our Jesus over here.
Oh,
Praise
nice.
God.
Oh.
And now Amy will lead us in singing the classic song "Jesus Loves Me."
Jesus loves us when you give us money. Money, money, money. That's not the traditional song? No?
That was fantastic.
So you can go on my website and get my seminar for only $50.
See, I'm the only person who seems to see it, but I swear, and no hating, I love capitalism and all that. Well, whatever, but I swear Ken Hovind just snuck his DVD in, and it was just like during the debate, it was just like a, and my creationist, just funny watching him throw.
Yeah,
hawk
he's not even
in the middle
there.
of the debate.
He's not even there. It's just his sermon.
Hold on, how's that go? Jesus loves me. Send me your money.
Jesus, I can't even do it. But he loves it, baby. When you tithe, I can't do Georgie's whole bit, but it's
Yeah, well, the lyrics "Jesus knows me" in the biblical sense just didn't fit to the rhythm well.
he's
You ever heard
powerful.
I feel like you got to start it with that cheesy Sunday school song. Jesus loves me. Give me your money. Give me your money. Jesus loves me. Give me your money. Give me your money.
That could make a better rap song than most.
I'm not sure, but if someone finds out, fine. No Pan Street. I don't know if Gavin does street. I'm a fan of street epistemology. I would love to do that one day, but
Yes,
Well,
gotta be prepared.
sidewalk epistemology is much safer.
So to
But
answer Jamie's question, it was more Socratic methodology of questions more than street epistemology. But yes, that's me.
oh yes, he was asking. Yes, you guys were having a conversation last time.
Yep.
Amy, have you ever heard of Creflo Dollar?
Creflo Dollar? No, but
Yes.
I'm open-minded.
Yeah.
He's
And I did mention that about sidewalk epistemology at the time.
and we can't help ourselves, Jamie. I would say that is the gentlest, kindest version of skepticism. I am such a big fan of the Socratic method that I'm giving a shout out to Socrates right now. Socrates, you're the man. Thank you.
Socrates.
Socrates, yeah.
Because it's questions, and a lot of times just giving people just a list of facts, just spewing an analysis doesn't really take people, I don't want to say on a journey, but if you want to understand people's views, you ask questions, and it's the best way to figure out someone's views without being an asshole.
Opposed to the way Kent Hovind does it, telling me what I believe and what I think, and even disagreeing with me when I tell him no, I don't.
Well, obviously, you don't even know what you believe.
And
obviously, he doesn't know what he believes because he's the one that seems to be confused about it, not me.
And so.
What does he believe? I believe he would be very happy if you went on his website and bought a bunch of stuff from his store.
Yes. And so,
yeah,
Jamie,
that's about summing it up.
I'll ask this.
That would make him happy.
The sun and stars evolving before the earth. The Bible says God made the earth before the sun and stars. Everything about the
well, I guess that settles it. The Bible said it, so.
Oh, make it stop.
Yeah. Notice he's saying evolution is the one that got it backward. Well, evolution didn't say anything. Evolution is a process. So the process did it backward. Well, if the process did it backward, maybe that's why the Bible recorded it backward.
So, the Bible said it, so checkmate atheist, checkmate scientist. You guys all lost. Bible said so.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Have you Have you ever seen Edward Curran's old videos with the checkmate atheist stuff on them?
Checkmate atheist.
He stopped doing that some time ago. I don't think he ever did pick it back up. It was a sort of a parody thing that he did, and sadly, too many people took him seriously and didn't realize he's kidding, and yeah, so he finally gave that up. But there were some great videos though, worth checking them out. They're probably still out there on YouTube. Just look up Edward Current. Definitely worth checking out.
So go check those out. JB, I sent that question. I think Oz sees it. Oz, you can answer if you want. We try to stay away from politics, but politics happens. So sometimes.
What's the question again?
What was the question?
He just wants to know your views on abortion. But it would But if you want to answer that probably in chat, that's fine. And
pro-choice all day. Pro-choice all day.
Okay. There you go. You got your answer. And okay, we're moving on. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, "Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions." Okay, that escalated quickly. And
Thousands of millions.
Yeah.
Or they could just say billions, but that would be too easy, I guess.
But why say billions when you could say...
There is a reason actually why that thousands of millions comes up. That has to do with the fact that there's more than one meaning of billion or trillion or quadrillion or any of that stuff in English, and has been for quite a while. Trillion, for example. Well, go with billion. Billion can be 1,000 million, or it can be a million, depending which system you're using.
I just don't get why Yahweh keeps on wanting us, as in humans, to have babies if he's going to keep on freaking killing us. Why does he keep on?
That's why.
It's fun.
That's the idea. No. He wants more. He wants more human flesh to roast.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
He just likes the smell of burnt flesh, especially if it's human flesh. Apparently, because he wants to be roasting human flesh for all of eternity, as opposed to if it's an ox or something like that, burn it once, good enough for him.
Yeah, I mean I don't feel like we're straw manning. I mean we're being hyperbolic. That's what he said, right? I mean,
but it is what it says.
It is what it says. Okay. And let's get back to the kinkiness. And let thy seed possesses the gate of which hate them. What? And thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possesses the gate, or possess, I don't know, the gate of those which hate them. They blessed her and said, have thousands of millions of babies. I was good till the hate. May your seed take away the lands of those that hate them. Does that mean raise babies and take the land back? Or does that mean have sex until everybody's cool? I don't know.
Who fucking knows?
Who knows? And Rebekah arose. Arise, Rebekah, and her damsels. She has damsels. And they rode upon the camels. So we're back into a Disney movie. And followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well, Larry Hall. Let's go with that. For he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field about why his father wanted to kill him. No. The eventide. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming everywhere.
Hold on, the camels were coming everywhere.
The camels were coming.
So they were spitting and coming everywhere.
I guess
that's what she said.
Ay. This goddamn book. How do you guys take this shit serious? We got camels spitting
by
and coming
being very young.
We got camels spitting and coming swear.
Inspired
By being very mentally immature, that's how people take it seriously.
Pascal's wager.
Yeah, exactly. And Rebecca lifted up her eyes, and she said, I'm a cover girl now. When she saw Isaac, she lifted off the camel. What? For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant have said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done, even the kinky parts. And Isaac brought her into his mother. Okay. Sarah's tent.
No, thank you.
No me gusta. And took Rebecca, and she became his wife. What? And he loved her. And Isaac was confronted after his mother's death. When Rebecca arrived in Canaan, Isaac took her into his tent, and she became his wife. Oh, baby, wink, wink, wink. And okay, we just got through that amazing chapter.
So Isaac almost died, and now he's got a cheap wife. That's awesome.
Now he's
Good
got
job,
a
Isaac.
cheap wife.
A mail
job.
order bride.
Yeah, good job, Isaac. Good job, buddy. I'm glad you persevered, even though your parents put you through mental, psychological, and emotional abuse. I'm glad that you got to marry a mail order bride, and that you're still alive. At least you're still alive. At least you're still fucking alive.
And Oz, you get to worship the God that said to kill the son, or to kill, I guess in Isaac's case, to kill you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, God, that was such a good thing you did. What a great God.
Yeah. You know what, Jesus, God, whatever you are, all 3 and 2 and 1, 4 and 1, 6 and 1. Thank you for choosing me to stay alive, even though my dad wanted to kill me because of you. I'm cool. I'm cool with that. And as long as you give me a really, really hot wife that really probably doesn't love me, really probably doesn't care about, but she's hot. As long as she's hot, I'll do. Oh shit, she's not fucking hot either. God damn it.
That's okay. We can just make her into a pillar of salt or something. Get rid of that one, get a new one, get a younger one. Abraham. I can't make this stuff up. Okay, Abraham takes another wife.
Can't.
See,
you
prophecy.
can't make it up.
Oh,
I know, that's true.
Yeah, Abraham is the Bible's biggest pimp. He is the Bible's biggest pimp. He be pimping. He be pimping. And Cat Williams tell you God told Abraham to be pimping. But before you guys carry on, it's my time. It's 3:00, and I gotta get kids up for school in the morning. I'm gonna bow out.
Well, thank you for coming on, Oz. It was nice to
it
hear
was
from you.
fun having you on as always.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Yep.
And
Take
talk,
care.
a little,
Anytime, Oz.
talk a little shit about Genesis and Abraham. I'm always down for that.
Yeah, thank you for once again reminding us about the wonderful biblical family values that they like to talk about so much.
Yes,
Slavery is
remember-
wrong. Attempting to kill your kid is also wrong.
Yes, slavery is wrong, and abusing your child, Abraham, is dead fucking wrong.
Hey, this morality stuff doesn't seem that hard.
It's not. Thank you, atheists, for making this world a better place. Thank you.
Every
We
day,
tried.
thanks.
Guys.
Peace out, guys.
Ooh, okay, we want to go to chapter 29 tonight. That's my other bookend of canon. So we still have more fun to go. So Abraham takes another wife, as you do. Then Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah, and she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak. And what they're trying to say is they like having sex. So and Shua. And Jackson begat. Oh, we're back to our drinking game. Every time someone says begat, remember to take a shot. Begat
I wonder
Sheba.
if a lot of these were just like stories to try to explain where common names came from, and they're like, well, we got more names to throw in there. Just put them in a list.
Yeah, it just seems like they're just throwing names.
Thanks for coming in, guys.
I know it is late. That's the other thing. Okay, so where were we? We got Abraham, we were Naaman and Shusha, and Jackson. We got Sheba and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Huram and Letsuim and Limamamen, and the sons of Midad. I'm like, that is so a Final Fantasy VII city right there. Like, I'm fairly sure we are in Midar right now. Mindan and Ephah and Ephar.
But how sure can you be, Amy? How sure can you be?
Super.
How do you know anything, Amy? How do you know anything?
We could just be minds of fizzing soda. How do you know you're not just a brain in a vat?
Because without God, you can't know anything.
How do you know you're not just a vat without a brain in it?
All these were the children of Katara. I'm going to see if I'm saying that. We're back to Avatar. Abraham dies, giving all of his possessions to Isaac. Oh, how nice of you. And you were going to kill him, but you're going to give him some shit. So
I think that's what separates. The thinking people from the non-thinking people, whether their vat has a brain in it.
Oh, that. Okay, yes, that's it.
Like, how do you know we're not just a brain in a vat? It's like, how do you know you're not just a vat?
You should ask them that question. You also have a good deadpan face when you make a joke, which is very important. That's what got a lot of the crew. Is every time you have to land it. You have to commit to it. You have to make it and go. Exactly.
Yeah, that's the. Was that funny? Look.
No, good. We'll see it. We'll see it tomorrow during the debate.
It's like I'm waiting for you to laugh, so I know if that was funny.
No. Well,
Amy
I didn't
laughs
say
at
a
anything.
joke before it. No, I laugh at my own jokes. You should watch me in sweatpants sometimes, just laughing at my own jokes. But speaking of, while we're in the middle,
Wait. Why would it be better if I'm wearing sweatpants while I'm watching you?
No, I'm wearing sweatpants. Oh, I love sweatpants.
Oh, that's what you meant by watch you in sweatpants.
Yes, watching me laugh at my own jokes in sweatpants. I do laugh at my own jokes. Only if they're good, not the bad ones. I laugh at the bad ones too, but that's okay. What we do? Donald, we're having the debate analysis tomorrow. Reminder.
Yep, I'm working on a video for the beginning of that as we speak, actually, because it's a lot of work, and haven't had time to get it completely done yet, so I'm still working on it, but I'm getting toward the end of my notes here. I'm almost to
every point of his.
I'm almost to the point where Kent uses a made up etymology and an incorrect definition of the word amuse.
Is Aaron excited? Did he say that he was excited to come do it?
I don't recall whether or not he said that, or something along those lines. But he accepted doing it, so I'm guessing that means he must like the idea.
Excited enough. I'll take it. Peradventure. And Jamie's asking, why do people scream?
It should be fun.
Exactly. Well, I love debate reviews. It's a good time to dig in because you can actually, instead of going back and forth, you can pause it. You can actually...
Is that a riddle?
The fish galloping, and I'm trying to think. What do people scream when they see it? What do people scream when they see an unclean spirit? Unclean spirit.
Unclean spirit.
There you go, JV. We're all getting drum sets tonight.
I would have just thought it was like, look, it's Yahweh.
It's Yahweh. It's right. In fact, get Yahweh to come down. We'll travel together. I'll even open up for him if his act is good enough. I'll even let him be the front man. Just got to prove it's real.
I'd be careful about saying you're going to open up for Yahweh because.
Well, hey, just prove he's real first. I mean, I feel like it's a solid bet. But
I'm just saying his idea of opening people up might be a little different than yours.
that's true. For my first act, I'm going to drown everyone. But okay.
Yeah.
So now Amy's gonna go around with a can of gasoline strapped to her belt and just start dousing people with gasoline and lighting them on fire every time they do something bad.
As Yahweh is handing you a machete and you're going, what's this for? And he's like, you said you were going to open up for me.
There you go. Dun, dun, dun. It's almost like the Twilight thing. You said we were going to serve you. Now time to
He's going to Isaac you.
He's going to Isaac me. And okay, Abraham dies, giving all his possessions to Isaac. Thanks, Dad. You wanted to kill me, but at least I get your shit. And
all these old mangy fucking camels. That's all I get. Fuck.
Was Abra like Kent's great grandfather?
Yes. And Abraham gave all that he had onto Isaac, but onto the sons of the concubines, kinky, which Abraham had. Abraham gave gifts.
The sons of the concubines.
The concubines. Yeah, the concubines, the concubines.
The porcupines.
The porcupines.
Yeah,
all the above. Sent them away from Isaac, his son, while he yet lived eastward onto the east country. Eastward onto east country, in Easttown. Good to know. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life in Dawson Creek. Wow, that sounded like it was the entering to like a 90s show. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life. Dear Journal, I'm Abraham. It was a tough time in Abraham's Creek. Okay.
Beat my slave today. That was fun.
Beat my slave today. Don't know if Rebecca likes me. Okay. Which he lived in 115 years ago. Good to know. Then he croaked. Then Abraham gave up the ghost. Don't know what that means. And died at a good old age. Why are you telling us this? You could just... I like how it says good old age. Good old age. An old man. And full of years. And was gathered to his people. Okay, we get it. He's old.
Not compared to some of the other people, but...
Not comparatively to Noah, who built his frickin' snark. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Malachite, the guy from League of Legends. In the field of Zac Efron, the son of Zohar, the High Titty, which is before Mamre. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Hearth from Star Wars. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah, his wife, we just buried him with him because we thought it was funny. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well in Lollipop Land. The generations of Ishmael. Look, here we go. James, I think the author agrees with you.
What is that, a yawn?
Yeah, it's a good old absurd, boring, and contradictions. We're into the thicket of things. But we're moving through Genesis, people. We're on the other side of Genesis now. There's about 40 chapters in Genesis, so we're now at 25. We're moving into the other half. Now these are the generations of Ishmael. Good to know. Abraham's son, whom Hagar, the Egyptian, Sarah's, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael. Oh, I should have said handmaid. I used to say it. But by their names, according to their generations, the firstborn of Ishmael, Nebuchadnezzar, and Kedar, Adabella, and Mibsam. We're just going with that. Mibsam, my favorite. That's gonna name one of my kids. Mibsam. And Mishamam. And Dama. And Massa. And Hadar.
They
And
named one of their kids Michelin Man.
Yes, they
Yes.
did. He looked just like Tires. And Jedar. And this guy just took a
Yes.
really long.
Yes.
You asked this guy if he wanted a nap, and he just said he was nappish.
It's like
But,
it's like
I'm here all night, folks.
it's like
What is
you know you've been in labor for over 36 hours. Yeah, and our kid looks really tired. I think I'll name him Michelin Man.
Exactly. See, he named him Michelin Man, and then he took him. He waited, hoping that when tires were invented, he could take his son there and get 10% off by saying, "This is my son, Michelin Man." That was a long time coming to get that joke out of my mouth. Anyway, these are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles. 12 princes, according to their nation. Wow, we're getting real Games of Thrones. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael back in Ishmael's Creek, and 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died. Didn't we just give up a ghost and die? And was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Halava unto Shur. That is before Egypt. Oh, is it now? I thought we went to Egypt. How can it be before Egypt?
We're
And
going
then-
back.
Yeah, why not? Let's go to Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. Oh, good to know. Once again, I hope no one has missed any of this bold excitement. We are in our Skeptic Bible Study. Can I believe what I'm reading, where we kind of condemn the Canaanites and Isaac, the boy who was about to be sacrificed, but it's okay. The football was pulled out by Yahweh at the last second, was rewarded with a waifu. And so once he got his waifu, we're moving
Did he
back
know her?
to exposition mode. Did he know her? Who knows? Okay. And the birth of Isaac's sons, Ishu and Jacob.
Esau.
And Esau. What's the fruit Esau's?
He's going to
between
trade his
them?
birthright for a bowl of soup soon. So that'll be exciting.
Well, I mean, has any of us who've watched Seinfeld can attest to there's some good soup out there. And okay. And these are the generations of Isaac. Good to know. Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac. Excuse me? I'm sorry. Excuse me? Is this a mistranslation? Because we've been reading this as having sex. So all I want to know is, are we back to butt babies? I'm sorry. I know. It's a translation.
Did they ever leave them?
No, Donald, we never did. We never did.
I mean, seems to be the main theme of the Bible.
No stop fail. Mubarak in the house. And if I ever see Jerry, I just want to know that you caused me, of course, no strife on the playground. I mean, who, as a child of the 90s, would happen to go, Newman? No one's ever said that to me. Never at all. So thank you, Jerry Seinfeld, for never having that happen to me over and over and over and over and over again. But I love you. Okay, let's go. Bethel of Syria. Praise. Peradventure. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethel, the Syrian of Andram, the sister to Lesbian, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife. What? Because she was barren. We're back to biblical feminism. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. Rebekah was barren, so Isaac asked God for help.
Magic.
Hey, listen. Yeah, magic. And
Magic. Her uterus will work now.
If you believe in magic in Yahweh's heart, You can get a baby part.
You can get a baby
Okay.
from a rock.
Yeah. If you believe in magic, in Yahweh's heart, you can have a baby when you fart. Oh,
But I'll take it.
fart babies. Yahweh's specialty.
Hey, yeah.
They weren't butt babies after all. They were fart babies.
Whatever he's into, and what his wife conceived. Okay, we got babies.
So now we know which end God's breath of life came from.
Hey, God is a little bit of a queen, I will say, and
A little bit.
A little bit, and the children.
He's like the queen of queens. I mean, it says so in the Bible, doesn't it?
He is. I will say.
I mean, if you take Christians general, most Christians' word for it that God is like gender ambiguous. I mean,
Hey,
king, queen, what's the difference, right?
and hey, anyone that has to knock a tower over because, let's just say, size matters, being a
I
little
think
bit
my
of
computer
queen.
just crashed again. I hate that it keeps doing this.
And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so,
Yeah,
why am I
crashed again.
thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. Oh, baby. I really do hope she's having sex with Yahweh. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Tom.
Yahweh's hoping that too.
Yahweh's helping along. And the Lord
He's
said
hoping
unto
that.
her,
He does a lot of hoping that.
2 nations are in thy womb. Okay. And 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger from the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. Okay, so it went from being metaphorical to literal, or back and forth. And they first came out red, all over like an hairy garment.
Kind of metaphorically literal. And literally metaphorical.
I wonder why are they pointing out the color of the children now? But okay, and after that came
What colors were they?
out.
Red, apparently.
Red. And the first
Green,
came out
blue,
red.
purple.
Red.
Oh, red. Okay.
Red, yeah.
Oh,
Apparently.
that's kind of boring.
Hey, I take red skin. It's like Shyvana.
Yeah, but I mean, green like the Incredible Hulk would have been more interesting, wouldn't it?
Hey, I'll take
kid with chlorophyll. And here we got this again.
Blue screen.
The blue screen.
Yeah.
Death.
Yeah. Yahweh's trying to sabotage you there.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
He doesn't want you to make the video.
Because this has never happened when I wasn't editing stuff that Yahweh might object to, right? Actually, it's happened when I wasn't doing anything with my computer at all, which is when it usually does it, as a matter of fact.
Well,
So,
that's
yeah.
preemptive action from Yahweh. He just wants to nip that before it even gets started.
Well, if Yahweh was any good at preemptive action, why did he start with Adam and Eve instead of Noah?
That wasn't part of his plan.
Trauma queen, once again.
Yeah, planning ahead was never part of Yahweh's plan.
Hey, I mean, he's been there forever. What do you want?
Yeah, it's like don't mess with my plan. It's like, have you thought this plan through? Well, I had forever to think it through, but did you think it through? Well, I had forever to. Are you going to think it through? Well, I had forever to.
If you haven't done it already in forever, what are the odds it's going to get done later?
Exactly.
It literally took forever.
Yeah, it took God forever to get around to creating the universe. So, anybody who says God created the universe in 6 days, it's like, no, he created the universe in forever. He made all the stars in one day, but it took
I
forever
don't
to
even
create the
know
universe.
why 6 days and why do you need to rest on the 7th? Just okay. You couldn't just snap it in one day, and you didn't need to. Why did you need to rest at all? You're a god. You needed to Netflix
Yeah,
and chill
exactly.
on the 7th day.
They
No,
say
because God didn't mean back then what it does now, and it also wasn't said with the same word or written with the same word. So there's that.
Well, no.
It's all evolved.
they would say Yahweh didn't need to rest, but he did that for the benefit of humans because we're not supernatural beings, so we get tired when we work too much.
Yeah, so God rested because we needed rest.
Yes, exactly. Because
And he's been resting ever since then.
For us.
He's been resting ever since then, letting us do all the work, because he left this universe unfinished and then blamed us. I
Well-
mean, that was probably the plan all along. It's like let's put a tree there that doesn't do anything, and give them a story about the tree that I can use to excuse the fact that I'm going on vacation for as long as I was on vacation before I created the universe, and it's up to them to do everything from here on out.
No, Donald, you got it all wrong. You see, Yahweh is actually behind the scenes with everything. So it just looks like it's happening naturally, but it's really Yahweh behind the curtain. So you don't know.
So you're saying it's Yahweh seen from behind, huh?
So I mean,
behind scene.
if you get hurt and you go to the hospital, it's not really only the doctor who takes care of you. It's Yahweh behind the scenes allowing the doctor to heal you. See?
Yes, it's Yahweh. It's Yahweh not prohibiting things that would happen without him from happening. It's exactly like if he didn't exist and didn't do anything at all. But we're not supposed to notice that.
Believe first, ask questions later.
No. It's believe first, don't ask questions later.
And after that came his brother out. Oh, he came. Oh, that's so nice. His brother came out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was a threesome. No. 80 years old when she bare them. And the boys, what's the note of this? When his brother came out and grabbed on Esau's heel, he was named Jacob. Okay. I do not see the correlation, but thank you, Bible. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. Esau, I know. Yeah. Half of the words I can't, or a third of the time I can say it. A quarter of the time I am making a joke, and a quarter of the time my brain is like, I can see the words, but it's not coming out right.
Did you know that the French word for 80 is a bit of linguistics trivia, but did you know the French word for 80 does not mean 8 tens, but rather 4 score?
420s?
Yeah. 80. That's actually the name for 80 in French, 80. And 90 is 90. That's 420s 10.
The French are weird. They tried to rewrite the calendar with 10-day weeks and everything in the revolution. It blew up in their face.
92 would be 92, which is 420s 12.
I feel like this is like the incel of the day. They're trying to call him. Like, look, and the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents.
He dwelled in tents.
It's not even saying he's a gatherer. It's just like, come on, Jacob. All you do is dwell in tents. I can imagine.
So he's an intense plain dweller, or he's like plainly intense.
I'm just now imagining a Jewish mother. Come on. Oh, God, Jacob. All you do is dwell in tents. So why can't you be like your brother Esau? He's a cunning hunter.
All you do is sit around in the fucking tent all day.
Just dwell in these tents, play in your. I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
of
or
what
be more like your father.
is.
He's a cunning linguist.
Playing with your dreidels.
Playing with your dreidels. God.
Yeah, be more like your father. He's an expert in cunning linguist.
Like,
Yeah, this next one, the side note is bad.
and Isaac what? Okay, I loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebecca loved Jacob.
Now look at the others. Look at the note.
Isaac loved Esau because Esau is a hunter, and Isaac loved venison.
Yes,
Rebecca
venison.
loved Jacob. So they're trying to say the mom loves one kid and the dad loves another?
Basically, yeah.
That's yeah. Sounds like it.
Yes. And God the Father loved the kid that the father loved. So God the mother must have loved the kid that the mother loved. So apparently he was a kid that only a mother could love.
Once again, biblical family values. All right. Esau sells his inheritance for a bowl of lentil soup. Okay, this is what, instead of Seinfeld, what is it? What's the new with Larry David? Curb Your Enthusiasm. Now it's like curb your inheritance, curb your Yahweh.
Curb your enthusiasm.
Yeah, curb your Yahweh. Yeah,
I said curvy enthusiasm.
But it's like an episode of Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm. Here we go. We're about to sell our inheritance for a bowl of lentil soup. And then
curvy enthusiasm.
And I can even imagine, yes, exactly like that. And I can even imagine to the cut of like Larry David being dressed up as Esau and like all of Isaac and Rebecca looking at him and being like, "You sold all your inheritance for a lentil of soup?" And he's just like, "Yeah, it's a good cup of soup. Good cup of soup." Okay. James summoned by
Did
Satan.
you notice just how? Did you notice just how hairy Esau was? I mean, basically, the name Esau means hairy. So they named him Hairy. And why though? How hairy was he really?
I don't know, hairy enough that the Bible has to mention it. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, they mentioned it. They mentioned it because that's where his name came from. That's really the only reason it got mentioned. It's not like it was an unusual thing to have somebody who was as hairy as a goat, born, from a human mother. It wasn't an unusual thing. It just that's where his name came from. That's why it was important. He was named Harry because he was hairy.
Because he was hairy. They give random exposition all the time. They don't tell us things about very important people, and then they give us like extreme details about things that mean nothing. Like, great.
Yeah, well, the reason why it had to be mentioned that he was named Esau because he was hairy is because otherwise there wouldn't be any understanding of later in the story why his dad believed that it was him who was next to him when his brother tried to fool him by using goat fur to mimic his brother's skin. Yeah. That's how hairy Esau was. Hairy enough that his brother could pass for him by wrapping his arm in goat fur.
Well, James, welcome back.
I'm starting to think Yahweh is fucking with my internet.
Yes, well, I've been saying that it's Satan actually summoning you to fight Yahweh, but it might be Yahweh. You never know.
He's been messing with Dak's computer. Now my internet's going out.
So anybody who thinks that like it's just kind of unbelievable to think that humans had ancestors that were as hairy as gorillas. Consider the Bible where they've got someone even hairier than that, and the only reason it even got mentioned is because it was a key part of the story.
Anyone
I
who
miss?
thinks that
Did we
we're
get to the
not
wild man?
hairy, we're about to. We're getting up to.
how many
Curb Your
other people in
Yahweh.
the Bible? How many other people in the Bible were as hairy as a goat, and it wasn't a key part of the story, so it never got mentioned.
And anyone who doesn't think that humans are hairy has either not seen a good amount of men or has not gone through the drive-through line and seen a woman with a good old stash. So we are hairy creatures. And okay, so let's get to. I can't even do the theme song.
What song?
That's such a Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah.
I'm imagining Larry David
Curb
as
Your
Esau.
Enthusiasm, yeah.
Well, Esau, why did you sell all your inheritance for a lentil of soup?
That seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, it was good soup. Okay. And Jacob saw a passage trying to channel my Larry David. I got to work on it a little. And Esau came from the field, and he was faint of heart. No, he was just regular faint. And Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me, baby. I pray thee."
Feed me, Seymour.
I know. With this feed easy. Back to the notes. One day when Jacob was making pottage, as you do, Esau came in from the field. Esau was tired and hungry. So he said to Jacob, "Please feed me some red pottage because I am tired and hungry." Okay.
Sounds
And
good.
Jacob said, "Sell me this day thy birthright." Okay, if you'll sell me your birthright. These conversations are not connecting, but okay. And Esau said, "Behold, I am at the point to die." That escalated quickly. At what profit shall this birthright do to me? Well, since I'm about to die, what good will my birthright do me?
Couldn't Esau just make his own soup? Why does he have to buy it from Jacob?
You don't understand. This soup is like the best soup.
And then Jacob, he's like a little con artist there. Look at him. He's like, "I got you where I want you. Now you're going to give me all your shit, bitch." I mean, everything
Something
for a
like
bowl of
that.
soup.
People say, couldn't God use evolution to create? Well, he could have, but it's not the God of the Bible, that's for sure.
The Bible, that's for sure.
Yes, which means Kent Hovind just proved the God of the Bible isn't the real God because,
I mean, from a purely Christian perspective, the young Earth regular creationism argument is the more true to the text as opposed to liberal.
Yeah, so he's right. He's right.
right.
Couldn't be the God of the Bible. I mean, not literally anyway.
From a purely Christian perspective, he has the better argument.
I mean, couldn't God have just, used reality? No, yeah, sure, but then that wouldn't be the God of the Bible.
Woo. Hey, Peter.
Couldn't God have just fit in reality? Yeah, sure, but that wouldn't be the God of the Bible. Couldn't God just be real? Oh, sure, but it wouldn't be the God of the Bible. Just saying.
Someone summoned me. Hairy people?
Hairy people? Oh,
that's summoning me, isn't it?
Dun dun dun.
Did that computer just freeze again already? I mean, seriously?
I wanted to come in with the song of Curb Your Enthusiasm, but apparently I can't load that in my app. So.
It's okay. I hear it in my head, but for some reason I can't do it out loud that well.
Yeah, I have it, but and I thought I was able to play it, but apparently not.
And just revert back to the Hawaii 5-0 theme.
There we go.
Yep, my computer's frozen again.
Curb Your Yahweh.
Yeah, so
I love that show. So, So how are you tonight? Have you been enjoying our little exposition battle going back and
Staying
forth?
awake out there?
I'm still awake since yesterday, so I'm not that awake maybe, but oh well.
That's
How
I
awake
was
is that awake?
I've been working on stuff, so and that
Me
happens.
too.
Then suddenly it's light outside, and then I saw a notification that I'd missed, so I thought, let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, you get busy and it feels like a time warp. You see it. You see the sun go up, sun go down, sun go up, sun go down, sun go up, sun go
Yeah,
down, and you're
I
like,
don't
wait a minute,
I
maybe I
don't
should
have
like eat or sleep somewhere along the way.
I don't have a set rules that when I need to go to sleep or when I need to be awake. It's
And there is the blue screen of death again.
Dun dun dun.
Ah,
And while both Donald and Peter are here, Peter, you were
it's like my computer just really hates doing Kent Hovind stuff.
Absolutely.
it's Yahweh's fighting
Can't
you.
blame it, really.
he wasn't home last night. I called him. He
Kent,
didn't pick up. Yes.
Now you called
Oh.
Kent.
Yeah,
What
I've got
did you-
him on speed dial. I call him regularly.
Woo-hoo.
So
Him
I-
and his
I-
So I'm
mindset.
curious, what were you, if you don't mind, what were you calling him about?
And I'll be
setting up a couple of shows
Oh, okay.
with Hovind. I've got a Muslim apologist who wants to talk to him. That should
Yeah, he doesn't.
that should be a lot
Yeah,
of fun.
he doesn't want to debate me anymore. He said in the debate that
One
he had
and
with
done.
me that he would debate me again, but he won't.
he
won't?
says that all the time, but he almost never does.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. He just he just doesn't want to admit publicly that he realizes he lost and he doesn't want to debate the person again. Even though he conceded in his opening statement, which means he really couldn't go downhill from there.
I saw the debate. So yeah.
Never underestimate
You know
their
what?
ability to go
It-
down.
And,
If he was at all smart, he would tell me, well, I disagree with your interpretation that I conceded, so let's have a part two where we continue the debate we had and see if I can
and
turn that loss around.
Or
I
that's
could've-
not and say we did.
I could have given you a couple of timestamps on his official videos that he sells for $50. That dogs come from non-dogs. So apparently,
But he said
Evolution.
dogs come from non-dogs.
dogs come from wolves, which aren't dogs.
So, Peter, how much money have you
Oh,
spent
that.
today
Oh,
on,
yeah,
on
you're
buying
right.
Ken Hovind stuff?
Yeah, you're right. Actually,
Nothing. I have
How many
everything.
purchases have you made from his
None.
store? None.
Well, see, that's-
None.
None.
Yeah.
see, that's why though. That's why he only says dogs don't produce non-dogs.
Yes.
He won't,
And
but he tries to make it seem like that's reversible, like dogs can't be produced by non-dogs. Well, that's already done. It already
Yeah.
did happen. But dogs can produce other things that are not and that are coming from a non-whatever it is they produced as well. It's called descent with modification.
Yeah. So for anyone who hasn't seen it, there's a video. Potholer54 made a video. Kent Hovind and I coming together. No, not like that. If you haven't seen it, that's
Not
the
like
video
what?
you need to watch.
Woohoo!
He
Welcome back.
constantly plays the theme from the
You
Love
mean
Boat.
not like Abram and Yahweh?
Yeah, yeah, not in a what is it? In a fleshly manner?
Not in a biblical sense?
No.
No.
Like when Yahweh told Abram to look up at the starry sky and count the stars and and understand that the baby he was going to have from his bowels or was going to have offspring that would outnumber the stars.
No. Okay. So, wait, we have a future guest co-host in the side chat.
Who would that be?
Mubarak Abu Sharifa.
Oh, Mubarak.
He's going to help me with the Muslim apologist.
Woo. Well, shout out to Mubarak, who's been awesome. And Peter, you work with Aaron, right? Aaron.
Yes.
I think he's coming on the channel tomorrow to give an analysis on Donald's
come see him.
debate.
Oh, I do not want to miss that. What time is it?
No. Set your reminder. The stream's already up.
That is, what time zone are you in?
I'm Central European Standard Time.
Oh, gee whiz, I don't know it in that one. Well, okay, it's 5 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 4 p.m. U.S. This is U.S. 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. U.S. Central Time, and
that's 11,
2 p.m. U.S. Pacific Time.
That's 11 p.m. my time.
Okay, so you got it worked out then. I'm not very good at time, but I try. You know.
So one of my co-hosts is on Central, the other is on Pacific, and I've got 2 in Eastern. So I need to be able to work it out. Otherwise, I don't have a channel.
Makes sense. Because that doesn't mean you have to necessarily be able to work it out quickly. You can always figure it out, and then get back to them.
Well, so
Here's the
thing. At the start, I messed up quite a lot. So there has been a time where I sent Anra an email 7 hours ahead of time telling him that he needed to be ready in half an hour. And he sent me back,
"Oops.
Are you sure?" And that's where I fucked up.
Yeah, well, don't feel bad. When I posted the first link that I posted to the was it a link or did I just post an announcement? I think I did post the link, but at any rate, I posted something in reply to someone in Five Lives in the Explorer Project Facebook page, because they had posted something about my debate in there, and I replied in there mentioning this upcoming debate analysis, and the date that I put in was in January instead of February.
It's reverse prophecy, backwards.
Yeah, fortunately, I got corrected on that quickly and went and edited my post.
Could be worse. Kent Hovind put 2020 in all of his videos until I think a couple of days ago. He finally realized that it wasn't 2020 anymore.
Yeah, he runs on a different calendar. Remember, the Earth is only 6,000
I
years
wonder
old.
that.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But in the meantime, we're completely ruining Amy's show.
Not at all. You're on mute, Amy.
Aren't we reading the Bible?
Oh no, not at all. The whole point is to have fun.
This is a very dry section of scripture, so we have to kind of break it up to make it doable. Otherwise, we'd go insane.
Because there's not too many famous stories coming up. It's just so much exposition. It's just so many begatting.
There's a
lot of
I can't remember the last time God killed anybody. I mean,
The fun part you're going to hit when you're going to do Songs of Solomon. That's where the fun.
That's
comes
Mr.
in.
Batman's favorite.
Yes, that was the people of that time's idea of porn.
Yeah, pretty much.
You leave all the women out of it, and it's this guy begat that guy who begat that other guy begat this other guy. There were no women involved.
No. But
which explains why God thought he could impregnate Abram and have him, have a baby from his bowels, because who needs women to make babies, right?
I mean, it's just a redundancy. It's unnecessary.
Last I checked, God, because he couldn't do that alone. He needed Mary.
Mary had a little lamb.
Rebecca was just using her mouth, so there's all sorts of fun biblical sexuality.
Yeah, and for people who don't know, there's a famous song by the duo Hall and Oates. No, what was it? Damn, I forgot the name.
The Man Eater.
the loophole.
Oh, okay.
And that's okay. That's my whole brain. And Jacob sware to me this day, and he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. What is a birthright? Just like
To be, I guess, to inherit the bulk of his father's
His inheritance.
estate.
his
Yeah,
inheritance.
yeah.
His inheritance, yeah. Yeah, all the stuff he's supposed to get as the firstborn.
His cut. Yeah.
Ah, then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau
Yeah,
despised his birthright.
If you remember earlier in the story, where Jacob got his name from was that he was hanging onto his brother's ankle when he came out. So his brother, who was hairy like a goat at birth, no less, came out head first with a twin being dragged out behind him, holding onto his leg.
2 for 1.
So
Other
Yahweh
fun
ran a
fact.
special.
So you know which one.
is
that's also you know which one was born first.
yeah, but other fun fact is there's another oldest son who sold his birthright, and he sold it to himself for $3,000, and the name of that guy is Eric Hovind.
Yes, absolutely.
What?
No, when Ken Hovind went to jail, he signed everything over to Eric, his son, so that the IRS wouldn't be able to seize it to pay for his back taxes. And then Eric moved. They shuffled the property around, but he ended up buying, a huge amount of equipment and property for pennies on the dollar, like $3,000, stuff that would have cost, almost $1 million.
That's a phrase you always hear from people doing very legal, legitimate things as they shuffled it around.
Yeah, I mean, he basically went to prison for money laundering, not directly, but that's basically the gist of it. Structuring the transactions so that they wouldn't be able to be tracked and whatnot.
Yeah, and fun fact is, Hovind agreed for Eric to sell everything to himself. The fun part was when he got out of jail and wanted to have it back, and Eric said, "Well, that's mine now. I bought it."
What? Really?
Yep.
Well, do you know what that is great irony. You're a con artist, and you raise a con artist, and then...
And that con artist cons you.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding, Kent. I love you. You're not a con artist. Come debate me.
I think the original plan was that when Kent got out of jail, he would work with Eric at his new ministry, and Kent wanted to revive the old ministry with all its baggage and issues with the taxes and all that. The family wanted a clean start.
Which he didn't do, because he founded a new creation science evangelism, and this time he did have a what is it, 503?
501c3?
So 501c3,
nonprofit?
yes.
Yeah.
But a lot of the money is going to the Cayman Islands, which no one knows. And
Another
fun fact,
thing you hear from legal people.
Kent's new wife is buying up property in Lennox. She already has
Cindy?
2 houses. Cindy, yeah.
What are they trying to do?
Pretty much the same thing that Kent did with his old wife, buying up property and renting it out.
Ah.
But all of that is now Eric's. Eric has several houses in the area.
Is Eric an apologist? Does he go around and...
He has his own ministry.
He has his own ministry.
I mean, his presentation, probably 80% of it is word for word the same shit Ken Hovind says.
Yes.
Very few changes. It's basically verbatim almost.
Evolution is a religion.
Including how many years he spent in 4th grade, no less.
Yes. Yes, you can put them side by side, and you can literally have it in stereo, Eric in one ear and Kent in the other, and it will be...
Same thing.
Yeah.
Who did that video? That was, I think... Apologia with
Well,
logic, and they played them the tape side by side, and yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, the funny thing about that is, I mean, it's obvious that Eric wants to just take over being Kent, and well, he got all Kent's property, so that's
Oh,
a long
to
way
be
toward
honest,
that.
to be honest, Kent always said, "You can copy all of my stuff, don't change it." It's literally what Eric did.
Well, I mean, the dynamic
copied-
in that is Hellhoven was still going to fight the government, and the family didn't want any part of that. And but Kent can't give up. He just has to keep on going and going.
Oh no, he's given up.
You think so?
Yes,
I-
he sued the government, judges, and his own lawyer for $500 million, and that was recently thrown out.
He'll file another one eventually. That's all he has to do.
Well,
Just
we'll
file
see.
frivolous cases.
Well, I mean, when you're selling an invisible product, just keep on.
So I
And-
mean, yeah, he did lose all his stuff. So now it's really important that we go on and buy his stuff to
That's right.
to
In
fund
fact,
him.
not only do I love you, Kent, come on, guys, go out and buy his DVDs. Even if you don't have a DVD player.
He's got a nice bike for sale.
There you go. Nice bike.
Cost $48,000 to build, and Kent will sell
What?
it to you for $5,000. It's a bike that was built for the movie Blade.
How does he have that?
Someone in Austin gave it to him. It's a chopper, a green chopper, really nice bike.
Is it autographed by Wesley Snipes? I mean,
No, it ended up not being used in the movie.
okay. Well,
And okay.
speaking of,
We're-
yep.
Oh, no. What were you going to say, James? And then we'll go back in.
I just said, speaking of Wesley Snipes, he was having trouble with the IRS too about shuffling his money around, from his movies.
Hey, you get money and then sometimes it corrupts you. I think the expression is absolute money corrupts, but
Did you ever hear Ken Hoven's excuse for why he was structuring all those transactions?
was it Jesus? Please be Jesus.
He said, no, I did it that way because I didn't want the government to think I was like a drug dealer moving all this money around, and then they would come and think
so
I
he
was
did
a dealer.
He literally did what drug dealers do to not look like a drug dealer. There's a tiny flaw in that way of reasoning.
But
Is
I'm
that
pretty
like,
sure
I'm not stupid. I'm just acting stupid.
if the IRS or the FBI went out there to talk to him and they said, "Where's all this money coming from?" and he's like, "I peddle DVDs," they would have been like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. Bye."
Is
That's
that tiny,
true.
like as in?
Acting shady.
Is that tiny, like as in the Big Bang, billions of years after it first started?
Yeah.
Yes. And okay, God tells Isaac to visit the land of the Philistines.
Yay!
And yay! Absurdity and contradictions.
More people to
And,
kill.
More. Hey, we're getting to things that are exciting. And there was a famine in the land, besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto the Abercrombie and Fitch king of the Philistines.
And he knew him.
And he knew him well. On to Gregor. And the Lord appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Oh, well, good. At least you're going to tell me.
Don't go to Egypt. It sucks. Don't go there.
Pyramids are so
Sojourn.
overrated.
Yeah, stupid pyramids. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and I will bless thee. Oh, that's nice. For unto thee and unto thy seed. Oh, we get more kinky seed. I will give all these countries, and I will perform the. I'll tell you, this seed is doing a lot of work. I will say,
Yeah.
making nations everywhere.
Special seed.
Special seed. Perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father.
More oaths.
Yeah, exactly.
God has a thing with foreskins and sperm. for
He
some
does.
weird reason.
Certain fixations, yeah.
Yeah.
Foreskins,
And burnt
oaths,
blood.
blessing.
Sacrifices, virgins.
And
Well,
every
maybe
time-
not virgins.
Every
you gonna
time I see Philistines, I need to think about that song, Kenneth Copeland, "Uncircumcised Philistine." That's
Woohoo!
literally one of my favorites.
Well, it's not their favorite.
Amy's part Philistine, so
I guess I'm only half Philistine.
Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
only
I
half.
will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Well, I like to think what this passage is saying is come on everything and it's going to be blessed.
Yes, it's literally advocating for lots of facials.
Yes, exactly. Same wavelength, exactly. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my change, my commandments, which I will never have any others, because that would really be boring, my statutes and my laws. And Isaac dwelt inside of Gerar. I'm going to say inside because that makes it
JR.
Jagar. I'm trying
Jar Jar
to think
Binks?
of the guy from Pokemon. Yeah, Jar Jar Binks. Isaac uses his dad's famous "she's my sister" trick. I know it
Oh,
says
here we
lie,
go.
but it makes it funnier when it says it's my
Here we
"she's
go
my
again.
sister" trick. I know. Dun, dun, dun. Those rascals. More feminism, biblical family values, absurdity, and sex. So this is a sexy chapter. And the men of the place ask him of his wife. Oh, and careful, I think we hear a little like it. And he said, "She is my sister," for he feared to say, "She is my wife," lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebecca, because she was fair to look upon. Are they saying kill her because she's cute? And Isaac
Kill him because to have a chance with her, kill her husband.
When Isaac arrived in Gerar, some men asked him about his wife. Oh, okay. This is like some guys coming up and asking about her. And he said, "She's my sister." Why? He didn't say she's my wife because was afraid they'd kill him since Rebecca was so beautiful. Okay.
It's a good thing he's not Lot, otherwise he'd offer them to rape his sister, wife, whatever.
Also, that
Yeah, because God never said, "Thou shalt not lie," right?
Yeah, what happened to the whole you tell a lie once and you're a liar? So all these holy people, the main characters of the Bible, are all liars, right?
I guess if they have
Apparently,
a good
they don't
reason.
think being a liar is a bad thing.
I guess
I
not.
mean, if they have a good reason, I don't know.
I guess I know. Well, that's what the Hadith. A lot of people give Muslims shit, but I'm pretty sure it only says you're supposed to lie if you're in trouble. But I'm not 100% sure of that. We have to go up to check that.
Okay,
Wait.
so
They have reason?
There's a famous quote from Martin Luther, who said that you can lie for God. So,
Well, they seem to think that, yeah.
and
Did I catch that right? They have
That's-
reason?
that is
Lying
that
for
is an
Jesus.
That is
And
an
it's
actual.
good?
That is an actual quote. I can read it. "What harm would it do if a man told a good strong lie for the sake of the good and for the Christian church? A lie out of necessity, a useful lie, a helpful lie. Such lies would not be against God. He would accept them." Martin Luther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we see how the church operates. No, that priest hasn't been shuffled around to every parish in the state.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Well, lying
No.
for God seems to be a requirement because he can't do it himself, and he needs it to be done.
He didn't
Of course,
molest
then again-
those kids.
Then again, he can't speak for himself, and he needs that to be done too. So come to think of it, he can't do anything for himself or for anyone. So maybe they should just drop the whole "let's do everything for God because God told us to," and go, let's figure out what a good God would want done, and do that, regardless of whether or not there actually is one.
A good God.
And then you can just drop the whole God out of it and do the will of good instead of the will of God.
Hi, Haley. This is me saying nicely no.
Is that your
But I'll
roommate?
heart you. Yep. So Isaac uses his dad's famous. Okay, where were we? We were Rebecca because I'll try to keep it low, but we're moving through.
Mhm.
Got to get to 2 or 3 more chapters.
Like, as in, how low can you go?
How low can you go? Or you're welcome to join us. The link is up there if you want to join. We'd always welcome via Spain, Sydney.
Yes, join us in trying to get as low as theists go. Oh, no, I ain't even gonna try that.
Okay, so we're going onward. So, and it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, the Amalekical king of the Philistines looked out the window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife.
That's the best euphemism I've ever
Sporting.
Ooh.
heard. What was he doing?
Sporting.
Racing
Oh,
The
camels?
animal king of the Philistines?
Yeah, racing camels.
And you can curse, Haley, if you want to come on. Just where I'm gonna cough. Hold on 1 second. And it came to pass, we went to that sporting, and Amalekiel called Isaac and said, Behold, of a shorty. Wow, that doesn't say shorty. That says, Behold of a shorty. She is thy wife. Wow, okay. And how sayest thou, She is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And I'm going to mute and cough again. Okay, where were we? Lest I die for her. And Amalekiel said, What is thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with my wife, with thou shouldest have brought guiltness upon us. And Amalekiel charged all his people lots of money? No? Saying he that toucheth this man, or his wife, shall surely be put to death.
One of the people might have lied with his wife. So this guy's saying that you shouldn't have told us that she was your sister because we've all been fucking her. That's literally what that says.
Yep.
I'm coughing because I have a smoker's cough because of pot.
Which makes you wonder. Which makes you wonder, did they bother to ask his sister if she was married?
Yeah. I don't know why they go through all this rigmarole. What have you done to us? Someone might have had sex with your wife, which would have brought guilt on us all. Okay. Then Amalekiel said to his people,
Yeah,
"Anyone
because
who touches Isaac and
because we all know the woman wouldn't have any say in the matter. You know, she couldn't just speak up and say, "Hey, I'm married."
Yeah. No, it wasn't an option either.
Yeah, well, women.
I mean, what part of she's my sister implies she's my unmarried sister? You know, what part of she's my sister implies that she's my loose, available, unmarried sister? Seriously.
God blessed Isaac in the land of the Philistines.
Sure he
Didn't
did.
we just do blessings? I feel like, are they not redundantly redundant?
You can never get too much.
Never get too much. Okay. Then Isaac sowed in the land and received in the same year an hundredfold, and the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, and he waxed on, waxed off, and went forward. And I'm here all night, folks. And with Florida
Yes.
Crew.
Wax on and wax off, and he did them both great.
Yes.
Until he became very great. Why
He became
are
very
they
great.
telling
That's the
us
waxing on and waxing off working.
that?
Yes. Yes, he might not have been very good at waxing on, but he waxed off pretty good.
Woohoo! Oh, we've learned that. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds and great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. Of course they did. For
Why not?
all for all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. Oh, baby. And Abraham said unto Isaac,
So they're digging ditches, and the Philistines come and fill them back in.
Yep.
Go
Why do you
from
think
us.
they were named Philistines? You know, like, hey, fill my
okay.
stein.
God, it took me a
And
second.
fill my stein while you're at it, and fill that ditch over there.
And Abraham said unto Isaac, Go from us, from thou art much mightier than we, because we are the mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And Isaac departed thence and pitched his tent, oh boy, in the valley of Drear or something, and dwelt there. Isaac digs some wells.
Well, at least he's not just dwelling in tents like before.
Yes, he's not just dwelling in tents.
He's coming out once in a while.
He's making his mother proud, and he's getting out. My dear boy is getting out into the world. That's all I ask for. And Isaac digged again against the wells of the water, which they had digged in the days of Abraham, which his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley and found there a well of springing water. And the herdmen of Drear did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Ezek. Why?
Name's a well.
Because they strove with him. Oh, I bet they did. And they digged another well and strove for that also. And he called the name of it. Why is he naming wells?
They dug another well? Really?
Another well.
Another
Wow,
well.
This is heart pounding. I put like Fast and the Furious 1 through 9 over here, and this chapter of the Bible, kind of comparatively.
So he might be naming them, but are they well named?
Don't.
If you're naming wells, are they well named?
Well, you know, the thing is so far 90% of the women aren't even named, but now we're naming holes in the ground.
Yeah, well, you know, they got male names and female names and well names. Some people were male named, some were female named, and some were well named, apparently.
I guess.
How's that? What, the Spanish word for well? Just saying. No, puta.
Puta?
I don't think that's the right word.
And they
that wasn't what well named meant?
Well. This is where we keep our water. Ever happy time. And they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth Beach. And he said, For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land, so that he can kill us all over again.
Yeah, they're digging wells, and now the Lord has made room.
Yes,
it doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
We actually read the verse about foreskin. I think that was in chapter Sodom and Gomorrah. It was like right before that chapter. They asked
circumcision.
God commanded circumcision. As you would.
as
Is
any.
I still need to know what the people in Gomorrah did, because the people in Sodom were Sodomites, but what were the people in Gomorrah doing?
They were Gomorranites.
Yes, they were
Awesome.
Gomorranizing.
They
Yes,
they
everywhere.
didn't stop the Sodomites. They just let them do their own thing. Their disgusting
No.
behavior.
Or maybe they were glamorizing. I'm not sure. Something like that.
And okay, we're going to Beerland. Isaac went to Beerland, and he went from thence to Beerland, and the Lord appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I
As
am
opposed
with
to
God of
any of the other
Beerland.
gods.
I know, isn't that
Yeah,
interesting?
I'm that same God.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a god. I'm a god.
it
I'm
is
a
an
god, and
interesting
I've got
thing.
one guy who believes in me.
It is an interesting thing that, back then, uh, Yahweh didn't, like mention himself by name or anything, but he did, actually specify to people which God he was so they could tell him apart from all the other gods that were showing up all the time. And
Exactly.
these days, none of them will show up and say, "Hey, I'm a god, or I'm this god or that god." It's just as if it was all just fiction in a storybook.
You might think that, Dak. You might.
I might.
You might think that.
It's a pretty sure thing. I just might.
And okay, let's get back to some kinkiness and apparently some contradictions. I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee and will bless thee and multiply thy seed, kinky, for my servant. Something must be in my throat. Abraham's sake.
Fear not. I'm not
Everyone-
going to kill you right
everyone
now.
God is helping everyone to produce more sperm for Abraham.
Yes, get that
there-
seed.
There's a kink in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think you hit it on the nail. I think he likes bukkake. I mean, not to get too risque, but I think we found what Yahweh's into.
Yeah. Well, it's I don't know if any of you know G-Man. G-Man likes bukkake as well. He told people that live on air.
Woohoo! Oh, see?
Strange people on here.
Praise Jesus.
God,
Stupid
this
things
girl,
you-
what she likes. Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ.
Stupid things you can make people say if they do not want to admit that they have no clue what bukkake is.
Oh, okay. Now that makes more sense. See, I thought we were getting somewhere, Peter. I thought we were having a breakthrough with G-Man.
Nope.
Nah.
Nope.
So close.
No, poor man had a meltdown last night. So let's not go after. He begged people to leave him
For
alone.
bukkake?
No.
No. Sorry, that's just my brain. And okay. And the Lord appeared unto him with the same night and said, I am the God of Abraham, thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee and will bless thee and multiply. I swear,
He
redundantly
makes these same
redundant,
promises
redundant.
to everybody.
We get it. You're going to multiply people's seed. It's going to be of
There's
the
going to be a
nation.
lot of them. A lot of them. They'll be all over, stacked on top of each other.
As a wise philosopher once said, cool story, bro. Okay. And he builded, I mean, that's what it says. And he builded. And he builded an altar there and called upon the name of the Lord and pitched his tent here. I bet he did.
Amy, I want to bless you and multiply your seed.
Well, you're in luck because I want to pitch my tent.
Ah.
and it is like a bunch of 10-year-olds reading the Bible, but it's okay. And there's Isaac's
Best way to do it.
Exactly. And their Isaac's servants digged as well.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Didn't Jesus say we should? Didn't Jesus say we should come to him like children?
Yes, exactly.
I don't think anybody.
Those
can
words
take this serious.
specifically.
So you got
this
one
shit
guy.
serious.
So you got one guy building an altar, the other one putting up a
But
tent, and then the rest is digging.
That's why we're supposed to come to him as children, because it's the only way to take this stuff seriously.
And it's amazing they don't quote these verses on so many sermons. How come I've never heard about so many tents being pitched? And hold on, Kitty is scratching.
Meow.
And suddenly, nothing happened.
This is the most exciting part yet.
Every-
That was riveting, Amy. That was woo.
Let's be honest, though. The last 10 seconds made more sense than anything we've read tonight. So let's
Easily,
enjoy
yes.
that as a moment of
You got a
silence.
point there. You got a point there.
And okay, so he builded an altar. Where are we? Abercrombie and Fitch. And oh, we had an army. Here we go. This is exciting. Then Abercrombie and Fitch went to him from Grayar, and Azeroth, one of his friends, and Piccolo, the chief captain of the army.
Chief captain. Back to the chief captain again.
Chief captain,
Chief
not
captain.
just any captain.
The chief captain.
Exactly. This guy knows what's up. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt. Oh, I love
Another oath.
more oaths. Even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee. Hey, Andrew! Andrew in the house.
Hey.
Hey, Andrew.
And who else is in the house? It's a very surprise. Kitty. I'm gonna put you up.
Meow.
Okay. Where were we reading? We're getting towards the end. We're almost at 20. We're going to be into 27 soon, and we got to make it through to 29. So, and have sent me away from you. So we have an army, and they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee, and we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, more oathing, and even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee. Oh, more covenants. Fantastic.
Pretty much
Excuse me.
another euphemism.
I just want to make a prediction that it'll probably be the same as all the other covenants. Something about multiplying seed and blessing them.
Yeah.
Just a guess.
Multiply that seed. Okay, and so betwixting, thou wilt do us no hurt. You wouldn't hurt me, would you, baby? As we have not touched thee. Ugh. They're making these jokes for me. And we have done unto this nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now blessed of the Lord. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up. That really did look, and they rose up their bedtimes. What does that
And
say?
he made them a feast, and they were a feast.
Yeah.
And Yahweh was like, you guys have to be in by 9, and I'll tell you a bedtime story. It's going to be this crazy fantasy called Adam and Eve. In the morning, and swear one to another, and Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. The next morning,
See, and this is the thing. Swearing is allowed in the Bible, but you can't swear when the Christian is in the room. I mean, what's up with that?
oh, they don't like that magical talking. You can't say,
No.
damn you. Don't take Jesus' name in vain.
No, but in the Bible it says he swore, and so why can't Christians swear? Apparently,
I don't know.
it's common.
Hi, my moonlight. What you doing, baby? In the morning, and swear one to another, and Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. Well, at least it was in peace.
Yeah.
And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. They struck water. And he
Yeah.
called it Sheba. Once again, why are you naming the water? Therefore, the name of the city is Beerland unto this day. Yay! I thought we were already in Beerland, but apparently they. Okay.
They found water.
We're
They
back.
made beer. Makes sense.
Yeah, was that like a history lesson? Like, did we go back in time for a second? Esau married Judith. Oh, that's a good song. And Basham Math. And Bash Math.
Bash math.
Bash.
I'm all for that. Bash math because I'm not good at math,
Ooh,
so let's bash it.
this is a new
It
one.
sucks.
Hold on. This is a new category. We have feminism, family values, contradiction. What the hell is this one? Intolerance. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
There's intolerance in the
Burning
Bible.
cross.
Say it's not so.
Say it ain't so. Essa married Judith and Bashmath. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judith. And we're getting younger and younger. And the daughter of Beeri, and Hittith, and Basmath, and the daughter of Elon and Hittiti, which
Elon
were
Musk.
grief of mine. Yeah, and Elon Musk of the Titi, which were a grief of mine unto Isaac and to Rebekah. Esha married 2 Hittith women, which were a grief of mine to Isaac and Rebekah. Uh-oh, someone's not approving of who they're dating, and
Time to go on Springer.
I need
Yes.
to
Yahweh,
remember
Yahweh.
that particular verse that it is possible to marry 2 women at the same time. Apparently that's okay.
Meow.
Yep. In fact, I would say I believe my prophecy has come true. I had a little bit of a prophecy going on. I was like, can you imagine the Bible endorsing polygamy? And I guess the answer is yes, we can. Why, yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, and we don't even have to imagine it
And okay, Jacob and
because it does it in quite a few places.
yeah, it seems to be plain as day. And Randolph, welcome to the
Randolph!
stream.
Hey, you finally noticed I'm here.
Woohoo!
Randolph,
Focused.
Were you back
How's it
there a
going?
while?
Oh, sorry.
long
I have
time no see.
ADD. Don't mind that.
No problem.
Long time no see, Randolph.
Yeah, it's been like what
Several hours.
7 or 8
Several
hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So Randolph was there for the call with Kent Hovind, who wasn't there.
Ooh.
He's playing some nice classical music on his recording though, so that was a bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
Well,
the
at
same,
least you got a good show.
always the same.
It must be
song,
better
though.
than
He
listening
needs-
to Mr. Batman sing.
I want to hear that now.
Mr. Batman.
Ah.
Okay.
One day I'll pull up the stream on Smokey's channel. I'll try to find it.
Oh, you mean Smokey Saint? Yeah.
He had Mr. Batman on his channel one time, and he started singing several songs. It was very traumatic. I'm still in therapy about it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mr.
it can't
Mr.
be.
Batman started singing.
What they were all wearing pants though, right?
As far as I know,
We
I think
believe so. 50-50.
The whole audience will be wondering, what is this? Some kind of an inside joke? No, there was.
There's
inside-
one
well,
apologist. There's one apologist who's never going to live down the debate
But-
that he had with you. Never.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're wondering if it's an inside joke, I can't say that because there were no pants.
Yeah.
I like to call him Pants Man now. It's Pants
Yeah, I call him the bottomless apologist.
I've heard Pantless Stapler Boy comes up a few times, and I've heard
Yes.
Pantless Wonder as well.
Pantless
He
Wonder.
got
We'll
really
have to make some
enraged.
merch based on that.
He really got enraged when I addressed him as the pantless apologist when I was in the room with him.
Oh, he didn't like it when you asked him about New Zealand public indecency law as well.
No. That's another thing he didn't like.
Yeah.
And then we got in our StreamYard Wheel of Fortune where he was booting us and Praise was bringing us back in, and there were
Just before that passive aggressive behavior, what happened was he was telling me that I need evidence to know that he was actually naked. So
for that, I need to get a microscope and look at him on the screen to see for myself. To which I responded without smirking or laughing or smiling. My response was, "Why should I need a microscope to see your nudity?" And even his buddies were laughing at that. And that's when he seemed to start to, I think he realized the trap he set for himself. Oops.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
That was just,
Pop
I
goes
couldn't
the
believe
weasel.
he gave me that golden opportunity to say that in response. I was laughing inside,
They
though.
set themselves up sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And okay, so
Let's stay on topic. Sorry. Yeah.
No. Take my word for it. As James has been saying, the topics that you have been talking about, that Peter, that Donald, that Oz have been talking about, are way more interesting than the actual topic. So we've been moving through because it's just so much exposition. There's just so much begatting.
Exposition. What an interesting word choice.
Because it basically, you know
what I'm referring to.
Hey, sometimes you like to expose yourself. It's just like they teach you in story writing, script writing, whatever. You generally don't want to just have a character that's just like, oh no, it's the Orb of Doom. Did you know the Orb of Doom is 3,000 years old? And that it was like, okay, we get it. You're the plot character just to move us forward.
The Orb of Doom. That sounds. Is that actually in the Bible?
That it's now canon as of now. The Orb of Doom
Sounds like an Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the thing that Trump was touching when he was visiting with the Arabs?
Oh, you like that picture? I shared that with you. I think is where, unless you saw it before I shared it with you.
Yeah, so I had parts of our.
Oh, hang on.
Intro.
I know what it is. Yeah, there's somebody changed one of the characters there to Saruman from the Lord of the Rings and put the comment, I photoshopped Saruman in Trump's orb picture and it doesn't even look weird.
Okay.
I'll send you the meme on.
It's very easy to get brainwashed. I'm going to try to brainwash the whole crowd, and then we're going to quit and go home.
Well, can we quit now? Before? Do we have to stay for that?
I'm going to try to brainwash the whole crowd, and then we're going to quit and go home. And tomorrow we're talking about the Garden
I
of
forgot to
Eden.
mention, you're going to give me money, then you can go home.
Yeah, don't forget to tithe.
Yeah,
First,
yeah.
I want to try to brainwash everybody. Here's what's going to.
Stop by the gift shop on the way out. Be generous.
Peter, I sent the picture to you on Twitter.
Okay.
You can share it on here.
But first, I want to try to brainwash everybody. Here's what.
The Lord helps who helps themselves. Lord works in mysterious ways. That evolution. Religion.
Most
All
dangerous
right.
religion ever.
Sounds like we've got Kent Hovind on the line here.
Not a fan of religions. Not a fan of religions. Jake, I'm here all night, folks. Tip your waitress. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, how old are we talking? Like 600, 800, 900? So that he could not see him, he called Esau, his oldest son, and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, okay, once again, redundantly redundant, but sure, behold, here I am. Okay. And he said, behold, behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death. There you go. One true statement.
The authors of the Bible really didn't know how to do age transitions properly in storylines.
Yeah, the kind of
they didn't know much of anything.
Yeah.
But they just throw numbers out. Sometimes it's like he lived to an old age of 40. Sometimes it's like he lived to an old age of 90. Sometimes he lives to an old age of 600. They seem to have different scales every other chapter. And make my savory meat. Oh, wait, no. Now I therefore Take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field and take me some venison. All right, very specific. Go hunting. I want some meat. And make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat. That my soul. Are they just having a conversation that says, go get me dinner? Man, I'm glad this is in the Bible and can't be edited.
So after all this stuff about sperm and then saying make me savory meat, not sure what's meant there. By the way, Amy, I sent you the screenshot that Randolph just sent me in Twitter in DM. In case you don't have
Okay.
Trump's orb picture.
Where
the
is
one with
it?
Saruman in it.
Oh, yeah. I remember that picture.
It is so well done. This
Oh,
meme.
Saruman.
This meme
That
is. It looks so good.
He does fit in pretty well. Here, I'll show. Here.
It doesn't even look Photoshop. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
It just looks so good. Yeah.
That's true. It does. It looks just like he's fits right in.
Yeah.
No offense. We're not going, but yes.
No.
Okay, all good in comedy's sake, right? Woohoo!
Gay men.
Gay men, raw men. Okay. When I was a young man. Okay, and Rebecca heard when Isaac spak. Why do they keep on saying spak? To Azu, his son. And Azu went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring that juicy, hard meat. And Rebekah spak onto his meat, onto Jacob, her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau, thy brother, saying, Bring me venison. Look, bitch, we know you want venison. Said that in the last.
Hold your fucking horses. It takes some time.
So this name is pronounced Esau, not Esau?
Esau. I've been correcting her on it, but she. Yeah,
honestly, you could correct me.
Yeah,
and you could say it, and it goes. It really does go in one ear and out the other, and not for your fault. I really do want to learn it, but I don't want to.
I usually say the same thing, Amy. It goes in one ear, out the other, because there's nothing in between to hold it there.
That too. Well, spelling is I have probably I would say a middle school level spelling level. So about there. My comprehension is decent, but the names, oh no, they just go. I see that they have letters in them though. That's cool. I've always been a big fan of letters, so there you go.
School level spelling is much better than politicians.
Well, thank you.
Well,
anyway,
I mean, if you can't spell, you can still become president of the United States. No problem.
There you go. And I can't even become president because I'm not 35. But soon, I can become president.
You should totally
you will have servants. You will have servants who will bring you your kafefe.
My kafefe. Oh, hey, I do love kafefe. And okay, we're gonna kill Peter by the end of the night. And Rebecca is back onto Jacob, her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto. Okay, what did you say it was? Asu? Good enough. Esau. Esau. Esau.
Yeah, most people pronounce it Esau, but it's. I mean, really, it's a transliterated name. No matter how you do it,
you never know.
Call them what you want.
Okay, think of Seesaw. I want you to know I'm going to get 75% of all the names wrong. Like it's going to be much higher than I get wrong. Right?
But yeah, if you want most people to recognize the name who've heard it before, probably Esau is the best pronunciation to go with.
Remember Esau cuts like a knife.
Yeah.
With those foreskins and everything.
Yeah. It's really easy.
Whatever.
It's really easy. I saw it and Esau it too.
Yeah.
Esau.
Yeah. If you pronounce his name Arsaw, or arsehole. Some people might take that wrong.
Aerosol. No.
Arsehole, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Those the
yeah.
ozone
Jacob's brother, arsehole.
Okay, so Esau, I'm agreeing with Aunt Jar here.
That's
I never
yeah,
went to
that's
Bible
my
school.
thing.
Seesaw by the seashore. Bring me
Something like that.
venison, you friggin' bitch. This is like the third time he's mentioned it. We get it. You want meat. He wants savory meat. He wants all the
Venison.
meats in his mouth as fast as possible.
All your
Right.
venison are belong to me.
Multiple
Are
entendre.
belong to us. Bless thee before the Lord, before my death. It'd be nice if he blessed you after his death, I guess. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to which I command thee. Go now to the flock and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats. Okay, that was about to go really bad. But okay, kids, literal kids, goats. And I will
Goats,
make
yeah.
them savory meat for thy father. Though I guess the goats are like, I wish it was kids. Why are you trying to kill us? Savory
So now
meat
he's
for
saying-
my father.
Now Yahweh's saying, "Fuck the venison, you get goat."
Well, they were kids. They just weren't human kids.
Yeah.
Human kids.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, because, some people back then just, preferred other things.
Yeah,
I think kid is
Mhm.
the proper
And
term for
yeah, for a goat.
young
So
goat.
the
Like-
men are men and the sheep are
Like
nervous.
like Yahweh, for example. Yahweh preferred the smell of burnt flesh. That's why he wants to torture us all forever by burning the flesh off of us and making it grow back so he can burn it off again because
Why
human
not?
flesh apparently according to Yahweh smells so much better than like non-human flesh.
But there's a flaw. I mean, when you die, your soul goes to heaven or hell. And according to Christians, the soul is immaterial, so there's no flesh to burn.
Just in heaven. Yeah, in hell it's material. Because they have to have an excuse for having flesh,
Yeah, they
yeah.
have to have double standards, don't they?
They have to, yeah.
So if God
Yeah,
is
there's a whole
powerful,
lot of cognitive dissonance going on there.
so if the Lord is so powerful and so knowledgeable, why couldn't he just make it so he's permanently smelling the smell of flesh and not having to sacrifice everybody? Oh, that's right. He's psychopath.
Yeah, because
That would
he's not
be
as
fun.
smart as he makes himself out to be.
Where would the fun in that be? It'd be like the Saw guy just letting the victims out. Come on.
Well, there is no
I
mention of omni-intelligence, is there?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you gotta keep in mind, that the realm that this God exists in is, like in the realm of human fiction. So
And
he
mushrooms.
can't be any smarter than the humans who thought him up,
Well,
And-
Mushrooms.
the
or any
funny
more
thing-
knowledgeable than those humans, And he can't get anything done that humans don't do for him, which is why God can't make an automobile,
The
or a
funny thing
skyscraper,
is, when
or
you bring that up to
a
a
flat
theist,
iron, or anything really at all.
yeah, but anytime that we quote unquote outsmart Yahweh, the theist always goes, "Well, what do you know? How do you know his methods? His methods are beyond you." And it's like, well, then he should get better methods. Well, why? I don't know. I feel like I could have figured out how to make people convince people not to murder or not be terrible without drowning everyone. Once again, going back to
Yeah, well,
killing everyone.
Again, no fun.
Yeah,
No fun.
if he would have started with that in the first place, if instead of telling Adam and Eve, "Thou shalt not eat the tree that would make you learn the difference between right and wrong," if instead he would have said, "You know what? Eat the fruit from that tree so you'll know not to murder," okay? Or just how about to listen to me and I'm just going to tell you why it's not a good idea. He could have started there. Just saying.
Coulda, woulda,
What's the
shoulda.
fun in that be? And okay, and thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, in case you forgot, behold, Esau, seesaw, by the seashore. My brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. What the... Okay.
Continue. It gets
Yeah.
worse.
My
gets worse.
father, peradventure, will feel thee. And I shall see him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon him and not a blessing. I don't think that's a curse. I think what comes out of him is something different. But whatever. You call it whatever you want, buddy. And his mother said unto him, upon me, by thy curse, my son, only obey my voice and go fetch me them. Wait,
Yeah,
okay.
but so,
Let's read some of
don't
this.
Yeah.
skip.
Yeah.
Skip over this.
To sum that up,
What's the deal with?
It's like he's
what's the
going
deal
like I'm
with
as
dad
bald as a
feeling-
gorilla.
Yeah, but what's the deal
Yes,
with dad feeling up his son? What's
I would like to know. What is the deal?
Oh, he's only feeling up his arm.
Is he a smooth man because he used the Lord's razor, or because the Lord used his razor on him?
No,
why
smooth,
is
like I said,
why
by,
does he
by
have a
smooth, he meant
preference?
he's as bald as a gorilla.
And why does he have
You know,
a
unlike his
preference for
brother.
the son that is smooth and not the one that is hairy?
No. He has a preference for the hairy son. He likes the son. He likes the son that's hairy, not the one that's as bald as a gorilla, but the one that has fur like a goat.
Huh.
There's a lot to
And
unpack
feathers
here.
of a duck.
It is a lot to unpack. I feel like that's a damned if you do. I'm trying to figure out why he's figuring out which son is smooth and which one has hair. But okay,
Apparently, it's important.
it's important. We're on a para-adventure.
We should ask Kent Hovind. He has 2 sons. We need to know this.
Oh, you should ask him which one's smooth and which one's hairy.
Yeah, did he feel them? And which one did he prefer, the hairy one or the smooth one?
Which one's more biblical? That's what
He prefers the smooth one. Because that's the one that's been copying his career. Slick as snake oil.
Haha, snake oil. Haha. Snake with legs oil.
Well, he's going to sue him as well, so I'm really curious when that's going to
Sue
happen.
the snake?
No, his son.
Is he?
Yeah,
Gonna try and take that money back?
yeah. He wants his knife and his underpants back. That's what he said.
Don't we all, though? Really?
Yeah.
And his mother said unto him, upon me by thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made his favorite snack, which was savory meat, such as his father loved, like father, like son.
Or
And
me.
Rebecca or meat. They just love their meat. Who doesn't love good meat? A good meeting. And Rebecca took goodly rement of her eldest son Esau the seesaw, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her young son. And she put the skin of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. Is she rubbing a dead goat on him right now?
Yeah. Blood and all.
Sounds that way.
That sounds so weird.
Okay, kinky. And she gave the savory meat and bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. James, remember how early on you're like, this is so exciting that they're basically making a sandwich?
Yeah.
One of these authors
I
says
think we're there.
seems the author.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It seems the author is obsessed with the word savory.
Yeah.
A few words they're obsessed with.
Yeah.
Covenant, peradventure, savory.
Savory
Meats.
meat is like a double entendre or something.
Yeah, keep in mind, of course, they weren't actually obsessed with English words because,
Foreskin.
the English language hadn't evolved yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right. And he came unto his father. Just going to linger on that sentence for a little.
Yeah,
And
that's
said,
fine.
More facials.
and said, my father. And he said, here am I, who art thou, my son. I know, the Bible does it to itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, he can't see with all that seed on his face.
Ooh.
Would be proud. Yeah.
Peter, how else are you going to get that much
Well, that answers
to
your
cover
question
a
of why he had to
nation?
feel up his son, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just saying.
Huh.
And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau the seesaw.
I'm not saying it was a good reason or, good thing to do. I'm just saying that would answer why.
Isn't that what you do when you make covenants? You put your hand on your son's thigh? And that
Typically, yeah.
Well,
typically?
well, I can't speak for other people, especially fictitious ones in the Bible, but not something I would do.
No, exactly. Generally speaking, every other day I cut a goat's neck open and I spread its entrails all over the door to make sure that the evil juju spirit doesn't kill me.
Well, you're still alive, so I guess it's working.
There
Yeah,
you go.
must have
See?
worked.
Can't prove me wrong.
Oh, this is hilarious. Oh.
And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau the seesaw, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me arise. I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, because that's my
venison.
favorite meal.
Yeah.
Or venison. More cooking with Yahweh.
That's another euphemism. Eat of my venison.
Eat of my venison, baby.
We need a story called Cooking Yahweh.
Yeah. We need a Cooking with Yahweh podcast. That thy shall. The problem
Medicine can be the subtitle.
The problem is that if we threw a podcast for Yahweh, I get the feeling he'd never show. That's the only downside.
Jesus wasn't no.
Well, you have to invite him.
Yeah.
You have to invite him properly. God of pastry.
Hold on. I just learned that God has his own podcast, the God Pod.
The God Pod.
I follow.
Oh, wait,
I
that's
follow-
not a God pad, and that's not a podcast. That's where he sleeps.
No. I follow Corey, the Buttercream Dream, and he
Yes,
was
I have
on-
heard of that podcast before. I think I've heard the podcast.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
So it's the god of pastries. Wouldn't the goddess of pasties be more interesting?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I'll take a pastry over
I suppose
that.
it depends on what interests a person.
Yeah.
I mean, to some people, the god of banking would be more interesting. They'd find a lot of interest there.
The god of basket weaving.
Yes.
Yeah.
The god of
what was
thumb
his name?
twiddling.
South Park Skelly.
Well, get this. If Yahweh is the god of everything, that means he is the god of thumb twiddling.
And he had
And
Patrick
basket
Duffy
weaving.
for a leg.
That means Yahweh is the god of taking a dump on your dog. Yahweh is the god of being a flea on another flea.
It'd be wise to leave the cats alone. You could summon Satan if he's not careful.
Summon Satan. Hey, hail Satan.
Amy would know about
Much
that.
softer. I know.
I think he's pretty.
Yeah, that's right. Satan worships me, but I like it. Like I said, it's much better to just hail Satan. It's not quite as evil overlord, but much softer.
Cuddly.
Once again, here all night, folks. But and Isaac said unto his son, "How is it that thou hasn't found it so quickly, my son?" And he said, "Because the Lord thy God brought it to me." Well, it's about time he did something. Yahweh frickin' gets everyone else to do his dirty work. And Isaac said unto Jacob, "Come near, I pray thee, and I may feel thee." Oh my, my son.
Commentary.
They're like, I mean, I can't help it. They do it to themselves.
No, don't stop. You're very good.
Whether thou be my very son, Esau the seesaw, or not. Okay. Isaac asked Jacob who he thought Esau is Esau. How did you find the meat so quickly? Okay.
The meat.
Okay.
Esau.
The
It's
meat.
so funny. Keep saying it again and again. It's hilarious.
I can't help because that's the only way now I'm gonna remember it. Just like
That's okay.
Charmander.
It colors it up very nicely, I think.
Isaac, who must have been a bit suspicious, said, "Come near so I can feel you to see if you are really Esau, this Esau."
Oh, this is so weird.
So he's feeling him just to make sure it's him. I feel
then
like
Isaac's like, you think this is bad?
Yes,
hear
he's
what my dad
feeling
did
him to
me.
make sure it's the kid who's. He's feeling him to make sure it's the kid who's as hairy as a goat, not the one who's as bald as a gorilla.
I feel like there were easier ways to find out if that was Esau the Esau.
Hey, it's not.
Yeah,
at least
it's
I'm not
awesome.
putting you on an altar with firewood and holding a knife over your head.
That's true. That's
I mean, you know, if the goat skin would have moved to one side a bit, he'd be going, "Wait a minute, you're as smooth skinned as a Neanderthal."
that's true. If he had shaved, would he have killed him? You're not Esau the Esau, badunk, and then dead. Or backwards. I don't know. If he had grown his hair out, I forget if he's hairless or hairy.
The clock is going backwards.
Yes, his dad was trying to figure out whether or not he was hairy as well.
Yeah, so it seems. And Jacob went near him.
Are you my son Harry or are you my son bald?
Look,
Or ankle biter? Are you my son? Ankle grabber. Yeah.
I think all of us remember when we got sat down by our parents and said, "Listen, are you hairy or bald?" It's the normal passage that your parents give you. And Jacob went.
My parents have never asked me that.
Yeah, I
Really?
was just
Oh,
thinking,
look at that.
yeah, never had to talk.
That's not the birds and the bees talk, where you find out if you're hairy or not.
That's what the birds and the bees talk is about normally.
This is more like the birds and the bears talk.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Pandas and people.
Pandas and people.
I'm okay with not having ever been asked about this, actually.
Yeah, I don't think this is the test you normally do to your relatives or on family get-togethers, but hey, different customs. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him okay. Like, and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are of Esau the Esau." And he discerned him because his hands were hairy. Wow, it really is like we're making jokes about it, and then they just do it. But like he's not.
I wasn't joking.
I was.
This is a very touchy part of the Bible.
Yeah, that's a very serious part of the Bible where the Bible debunks every theist out there. Whoever tried to say that humans couldn't possibly be descended from someone as hairy as a gorilla.
Yeah, I mean here we
because there's somebody who's as hairy as a goat, and the only reason it was even mentioned is because it was a key element of the story. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned it at all.
His hands.
It would have just been another guy with hair like a goat.
Well, there is hypertrichosis, which is also known as werewolf syndrome.
Yeah, that might have been really common back then. Like I said, the fact that it had to be mentioned as like this is how he fooled his dad, and that's the only reason it even got brought up, makes you wonder. Like what percentage of the people in the Bible were that hairy? Like 90?
Hypertrichosis isn't a non-existent condition even today, so it's very rare though.
It explains pubic wigs and that they are called merkins.
Not Americans, just Merkins.
Merkins. Yeah, George W. Bush liked them a lot. He was talking about merkins all the time. Listen to his speeches. He's always talking about merkins. I don't.
Merkins.
The guy's obsessed with pubic wigs.
Yeah. Well,
And the fun part is, if you're going to type that into Google, you will get a Wikipedia page about merkins, and literally the first picture on there is a pink pubic wig with a headlight.
makes sense.
I'm
And why
not
wouldn't
making
it
this
be?
up.
Well, Donald T. Rump wore one. Just saying.
A pubic wig with a headlight.
The T is for the, by the way.
Now, this is Bush Jr., who said stuff like, "I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully."
Bye, Ian.
Bye. See you next time.
Bye.
Take care.
For surviving.
If you want to see,
the crazy.
if you want to see something entertaining, it's got to still be out there. There's a video out there called Fuzzy Math, where somebody put a bunch of George W. Bush's words to music. Old internet meme. If you haven't seen it, you might want to look that one up.
Well, as I said, you have to look. Just Google uncircumcised Philistine. That is the best music you'll ever hear. I'm not lying.
Hey, sounds good to me.
And has a
he-
good video.
And if anyone is just joining us, we are going through the Skeptic Bible Study. Canaanite, believe what I'm reading, where we started off the chapter. This really is the first pronouncement of Yahweh going, yeah, the Canaanites kind of suck. Don't know why, but Yahweh seems to have a beef, and so the prejudice lovingly begins.
I wouldn't say a beef. I'd say Yahweh had a venison.
Yeah.
I got you, James. But
Yeah, and then we went to Bakaki, and from there we went to feeling up your sons. It's not weird at all.
yeah,
Not
not weird
at all. Very wholesome.
Very wholesome. And now we're at the point where we're checking out each other's body hair. So as you do.
Yeah.
Do
This
you
is
think
the- this is
next
the-
they'll
this is-
compare genital size?
This is the part. This is the part that you would read to your kids before bedtime.
I wonder if the people who wrote this might be victims of molestation themselves.
That's quite possible.
Hey, I didn't even know this stuff was in the Bible. What the hell am I reading?
didn't know either.
Obviously not this part.
I was going to say, once again, these aren't the passages I think they're reading at sermons.
What I'm
No,
wondering
they're the ones that are
is,
particularly avoiding at sermons.
Yeah.
where was this? Was this in the same territory as that the movie where the movie Deliverance was filmed? Because there are a lot of things similar to what happened in that movie.
Huh.
No one's seen Deliverance, apparently.
I don't know
Sorry.
if I've seen it. I don't think I have.
I've actually heard it's a good movie and I should watch it.
I heard that too.
Yeah, yeah.
But okay. So we're moving. I think we're almost done. Okay, we're about halfway done. 27's longer, but we got 2 more chapters to go, and we're at a Canaanite land. Though I'm sure everything ends up fine with the Canaanites. I'm sure they'll be fine. And his father said, "Whoa. Oh, man, this just keeps getting more wrong." Okay, and he said,
What do you expect? It's the Bible.
"Oh my goddess! I guess I shouldn't have expected that much different. Art thou
Yeah,
my
that's the
very
way
son?"
That's the way it tends to go. Just when you think the Bible couldn't get any more wrong, you read a bit more of it.
I heard somebody saying that the Bible predicted COVID-19, but I didn't hear the whole thing.
Jesus!
Yeah.
Well, it predicted every war that's ever happened because, after all, it did say there would be wars and rumors of wars.
Yeah,
Well,
prophecy fulfilled after the fact.
It's,
Yeah,
it
prophecy
said there was a
fulfilled.
famine, and there has
Yeah.
been a famine in the past
There will
2,000
be,
years. So
yeah, there will be earthquakes and famines and diseases and don't forget jet airplanes, rockets,
God
space
created it all.
exploration.
and M. Night
The
Shyamalan
Bible,
movies.
obviously the Bible predicted everything, right? Because mapping the human genome, it predicted that the shape of the DNA molecule. Oh wait, no, it didn't do any of those things, did it?
Remember,
Never
airplane-
mind, scratch
airplane-
that.
Remember, airplanes.
Doorknob had in the chat makes a good point, and that's probably coming from this part of the Bible, because in that particular song, Copeland has a lyric that says, "If you let the devil in the back seat, he's gonna want to drive."
That's okay. I get tired, so he can drive. That's okay.
Yeah, he'd
Yeah,
probably be. Are you sure the
you're-
devil isn't a she? She might be a much better driver than Jesus,
Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
both of you are not getting what it actually means.
I get the joke.
It's the nature of the devil.
I can't help myself. No, I get it from a Christian standpoint. I just can't help it. If Satan and the whole Christian thing is real, I think I know whose side I'm on. And it's not Jesus taking the wheel.
No, and I've seen that. I literally seen a car smashed to bits, and it said a sticker on the back said, "Jesus is my airbag." Apparently, for the poor woman, it
I
didn't
should,
work out
but
that,
yeah.
that well.
Airbag or airhead?
No airbag.
Oh, okay.
She didn't make it,
Oh,
but
I-
she's with Jesus now.
I feel bad, but at the same time, I can't help that she set up irony for herself. So,
Yep.
yes.
She made her bed.
Yes, exactly. And it was a Ninja Turtles bed. And he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison." We're going to let your imagination fill that. My soul, may
Is
bless
that what they
thee.
call it? Venison.
Is that what they
Yeah.
call it? Wink, wink.
Yeah.
And he
It was
brought
a
it here.
euphemism for something, I'm sure.
It
He's
was.
going to eat his son's meat
Do you want me to? I know I'm about to pull up.
because that's what the Bible's all about, right?
Yeah.
Burning flesh and eating your son's meat.
Well, the entire
However he
verse is
cooked it.
pretty much first a blowjob, and then we're gonna get drunk. That's it.
And every once in a while, that blowjob's going to be a woman. All right. And he brought
Well,
it near to I know, it's a thinker. I got this. And he brought it near to him. And he did eat. And he brought him wine and he drank. Hey, I mean, that's a good date right there. And his father, just forget the whole terribleness of the fact that I think you're trying to woo your father. But hey, and his father.
And look what's next. Tongue wrestling.
And his father, Isaac said unto him, "Come near now and kiss me, my son." Okay. Let's pause this for a second, because I know so many
Priceless.
biblical stories. This is not a biblical story. We're going full on like Game of Thrones here.
This is what they forgot to teach you in Sunday school.
Except that Game of Thrones wasn't as violent.
Yeah, those that knew about it forgot it on purpose.
I went to Hebrew school for a long time. I don't remember. They passed out guilt. I remember more chocolate and less whatever the hell is going on at this chapter.
And if you think that was bad, here comes the next verse.
It gets worse.
Yep.
And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his remnant. Yo, dude, this is going. What is it
As long
called?
as a man
Twilight?
doesn't lie, as long as they don't break the rule about a man must not lie with another man, everything's kosher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty
wait,
much.
what-
That's the
what
only
happened?
important thing.
Yeah, what happened to that rule? And blessed him
We haven't got there yet.
and said, "See the smell of my son. What is the smell of the field which the Lord hath blessed?"
What
Yeah.
the heck?
What am I reading?
Apparently, his farts smell like roses.
You're reading the Bible.
Also, can we just take a minute to appreciate that this is like Yahweh? This is incest Yahweh. What the hell is going on? Okay.
This is so weird.
Therefore, God gave thee of the dew of heaven. I will stretch that word out a little. And the fatness, that says fatness, I almost put in an R there, of the earth and plenty of corn and wine.
No wonder the Christians have been telling me they don't need washrooms in heaven.
Yeah.
And
I guess-
apparently, Amy, it's all about girth.
Exactly. It's not
What's
really
that?
about the size. Just Tower of Babel. Just ask him. It's not really about the size that matters.
Oh, Darnov Head is asking, did the raiment smell like pancake batter?
Oh, you're making me hungry. Though,
You're hungry after reading that? Oh my gosh. I'm kind of losing my appetite from this.
if I'm being honest, I have no idea what I am reading. It is with each line that goes on. I was waiting for like he felt his arm and then he jumped back and he's like, "Oh, you're my son. You're my blah blah blah." But it was like, no, come here, let me smell you.
Remember a few days ago I said this probably inspired by mushroom use. And what do you think?
Well, that would make
Still
more
sounds that
sense.
way. Yeah.
Okay. Let people serve thee and nations bow down to thee. Oh, we're getting away from sexy time. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mothers soon bow down to thee. Hey, well, maybe we're getting back to violence. Cursed be every one that curseth thee. See?
Or incest.
Yeah. Well, I feel like Yahweh only has.
Yes, if
two
anybody
modes.
loses an eye, more people need to lose eyes. If anybody gets cursed, more people need to be cursed. You know, that's Yahweh's way of doing things.
So
Yeah.
I've got a question.
If,
Am I the
anybody
only
dies,
one?
everybody's got to die.
Doorknob just added to his previous comment. Oh, it smelled of corn silk.
Except Yahweh.
I'm
what were you
curious.
asking,
Am I the only one who wants Matt Powell to read these verses and then talk about how bad?
No, you're not the only one.
Yeah, I want to see some apologetics for this shit. I want to know what the hell is going on and why.
Oh, there's plenty of it out there. You know, because apologetics is just stuff they make up to excuse stuff that's wrong with the Bible.
Oh,
which is why apologetics is so busy, because lots of things are wrong with the Bible.
but atheists,
There
you
wouldn't-
just need to
there-
understand the
If
context.
God was real, there wouldn't be any need for apologists. That's all I'm saying.
I love big raiments and I cannot lie.
Like big Remington. Once again, this is the almighty creator of the universe. This is the best he could give us. This is the best. We can't edit this at all, not even a little bit.
I can
Nope.
switch to another
Too
translation.
bad.
He likes two guys kissing and smelling. I mean,
And
I
feeling.
wonder what the Sinner's Bible version translation is of all this. It's probably even better.
Okay,
I have a PDF of that, by the way.
the Sinner's Bible.
Yeah, it's a printing that has some errors in it, and so there's like I think 6 left in the world, and they sell for.
oh, you're talking about the 1631 KGV?
Yeah, and like one of the commandments in there is "Thou shalt commit adultery."
Thou shalt commit adultery. Exactly.
Oh wow.
Well,
Yeah, that's actually
I have
that's
it in
actually a real thing.
I have it in PDF, and
Yeah.
I looked in there, and that's what it actually says.
One of those
It
Bibles.
got recalled, but some of them are still out there.
There's
One
six
of-
left in the world.
One of those Bibles is in, if I'm not mistaken, is in Houston, Texas, and it is on display on the page where it says "Thou shalt commit adultery."
Yeah, because everyone wants to see that. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's also known as the Wicked Bible.
The Wicked Bible.
It's got those two names: the Sinner's Bible and the Wicked Bible. So yeah.
All right, we'll check out the Wicked Bible and the Sinner's Bible, and
That's
what we're
wicked,
using-
man.
Yes, of course.
I hope.
Of
I
course, all
hope.
of the other translations of the Bible are known as the Wicked Bible as well, but just by less people.
I hope
love
I
to
get
get
to
it.
say
I
that
don't-
to Kent Hovind one day, that my favorite Bible is also the KJV, but the 1631 version of it. See if he gets it.
You know, a lot of people
Probably won't.
You won't.
I'd like to get a printout of this one and just bring it with me when I go to debates, and I can refer to it, read directly from it.
Well, the really stupid thing about it all is you could put anything you want in a Bible, and according to people who think, like the Bible is God's inerrant word, whatever you put in there must be true because God said it. Your book says so.
And if you change it, you can just call it a new translation, and you're off to business.
Yep.
Why not?
And all right,
Why not?
this is
Hey,
for
we should
whatever
create
reason.
You could
Bible.
you could literally
This
make
is
the
a
Bible
long
say
chapter.
anything at all on God's behalf, just like dishonest preachers do.
The Holy Bible Internet translation. That's what we should make.
And hey, what we really need to do is sit down and make Theus read this shit. I don't know how, but
Probably
in
after
a
the
nice
Civil War,
way,
Europe
invite them on.
and learned about them.
Yeah, they
on,
wouldn't
Theus.
like it.
Hey, we should practice with Gavin first. See what he says of this.
Hey, you know what? I have never muted a Theus. Theus, come on. You have a platform all the time in the world. We are
Yes, she hasn't muted one yet. See if you can be the first.
And Randolph, I really think you should start praying to me because I can work miracles.
Shall
If
teach
you
thee.
if
Yours
you
is
look
like a
in
big
your
magnet.
Twitter DMs, I sent both you and Amy a print copy of the Wicked Bible with highlighted the commandment.
Yeah, actually, I have a PDF of this. This is quite good. Yeah.
Steve. But did you know 75% of kids from
Thou shalt commit adultery. Hey.
It's in there.
Did you know we've got entire parks where you can pay money and go?
And all right, we're going back in to whatever we are reading right now. Come near, smell the field, blessed. Therefore, okay, I think we were there. We were at 29, I think. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren. Oh, I think you've been doing that already. And let thy mother's sons oh, you're going to bring your mom into this now? Cursed be every one of the cursed thee, and blessed be that blessed thee. Oh, man. It makes me now think that there's Rule 34 of the Bible out there. So that's how Rule 34 works.
Rule 34?
There has to be someone out there that
I
gets turned
may-
on by Jesus, right?
I may or may not have a link to Bible porn. It is out
There you
there.
go. There you go. Yeah.
Well, you could always check Pornhub. They've banned Donald Trump apparently, so it's a good, clean place to be apparently.
Porn,
But
they
now I'm
banned him?
matched from Pornhub. Did they ban him from Pornhub? So it's hard to tell what is the Onion and what is real life right now. We're going through in a phase.
I'll send this to you in Twitter here, and you can share it to Peter. I'm having trouble sharing images through StreamYard right now. That's why I'm sending this stuff through you. Let's see.
That's probably because you can't share images through StreamYard.
Okay, here's the announcement. You can send it to Amy. And I'll send the other one too.
Right. And while you're doing that, I'm going to read another paragraph. Let people serve the
Peradventure.
brethren.
Let's go.
Peradventure. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, and Esau the seesaw his brother came in from his hunting. I'm gonna kill Randolph. And he also made savory meat
I love this. This is so good.
and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat his son's venison, wink, wink,
Ooh.
that they so may bless me. And Isaac's father said unto him, Who art thou? They always get Shakespearean every once in a while. And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau the seesaw. And
Esau
Isaac
the seesaw.
trembled. Esau the seesaw. That's what it says on his birth certificate. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, as you do when you're, and said, Who? Where is he hath taken my venison? And brought it to me, and I have eaten of all before thou camest. That says camest, right?
Past tense.
Sometimes it's like I said.
You had to highlight that, right? You really had
Yes, I
to.
do.
It's past tense. Just ask Pornhub.
Just ask Pornhub, exactly. Oh, now I'm just imagining a really muscular Jesus. Yeah, and he shall be blessed. What is this? You got really formal for a second? Yeah. Yeah. how you
Yeah,
doing?
past very tense at some point along the way.
Exactly. And when Esau the seesaw heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. Even me, not that
Even
other
me.
dude.
Now, I'm starting to think it's not a coincidence that Catholic clergy are often referred to as father.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that it's getting a little S&M.
Just
Call
a
me
little.
daddy.
Just a little bit. Just call me daddy. Well, that whole I am the Lord shit always creeps me out. I know that it always they find it
Wait.
like poetic.
It's so
Wait,
weird.
is that a direct quote? I am the Lord shit.
Always,
Yes.
always sounded like eccentric narcissism to me.
Yep. All right. So venison heard the words of the father. He said, "Oh my." And then he said, Thy brother came, oh my, came with subtlety. Oh, now he's come with subtlety. Came with subtlety, baby. And hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? Do you need a right to be called something? Okay. For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright. No, you got a really awesome bowl of soup out of it. Don't take this back
Yeah,
now.
quit bitching.
Quit bitching. Yeah.
No. You don't understand. There's a metaphor involved there.
Exactly. You have to understand
The name Jacob was a reference to the fact that he was born pulling his brother's leg. Seriously,
Which
I'm
leg?
serious.
Which
I'm
leg?
not kidding. That was a metaphor way back then. That was yeah.
Which
Seriously,
leg?
that's where that
Which leg?
exactly.
The small one or the big one? Okay, and moving. And Isaac answered and said
With
unto
the
Esau the
trees.
seesaw, Yes, behold, I have made him thy lord and all his brethren, and I have given to him for servants and with corn. Wow, I like how this is on equal footing. Human property and corn. Woo.
Okay, so corn is equivalent value to servants, not slaves, but servants.
So
Roughly.
over here, we have corn, and over here we have Bob. Works out even.
And keep in mind,
corn and wine. Sorry.
And wine. Okay.
Keep in mind the Christian apologist
Get it right,
SJ.
as Ben Shapiro says.
No, keep in mind the Christian apologist SJ has a hobby, which is cornholing. And she likes that a lot.
Cornholio.
I have the tweets to prove that, by the way.
I am Cornholio.
That's where you make rings of corn, right? You cornhole and then you fry it. Very good. I love cornhole. I cornhole as often as possible.
And you can pour the wine back into the bunghole if you don't drink it all.
Exactly. See, I like to drink wine and then cornhole. That's how I do it. Okay. We're almost
from the
at, I
bunghole and
feel,
then do the cornhole. Okay.
we are so mature. I feel like at a certain point, one of us is gonna do like a spit wad. It's gonna someone's gonna throw a paper airplane. We're good. We got this.
I'm just thinking we're so lucky. We're so lucky God doesn't exist, because one of us would have been killed during this broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, if you know anything about how they used to fertilize corn one fish at a time, then you might give you a hint why the cornhole smells fishy sometimes.
But well, and they also bring up
that joke stinks.
But I'm short. You got a double. You guys are not funny at all.
2 for 1.
Funny at all.
Did you just say 2 for 1? Ugh.
2 for 1.
Oh, okay.
And they often bring up that God will not be mocked. Like and a lot of preachers will say this with a raise in their voice. God will not be mocked.
Yeah.
And
like how we won't.
Here we are. Exactly. We're waiting to be smited. We'll take a lightning bolt. He used to nuke people and rain for 40 days and 40 nights.
It's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. You're going to get
baby.
soon enough.
I'm sure it is.
Well, if you have any doubts, just stand in an iron chariot and you'll be perfectly safe.
That's true. Hey, I'm waiting for the iron chariots. I want to learn how to defeat Yahweh. That's how we. And Isaac said, after Noah got off the ark, he found somebody waiting there for him. He's like, how'd you survive the flood? Oh, I was in an iron chariot. It was in an iron chariot.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And so now we have more blessings. And Esau the seesaw said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? One? Bless me even also, O my father. And Esau
only one.
Only one lifted up his voice and wept.
These theories don't match.
Everything's crying. Not before you're never being raped or sexually molested.
Don't make no sense. It takes faith
Not at all.
to be an atheist. And Isaac, his father, I'm going to see. You're going to have your own soundboard, Donald. You're going to make your own Ken Hovind soundboard, and I'm going to make my own Ken Hovind soundboard of just me saying shit. And Isaac.
Well, you can feel free to use this video when I'm done with it and splice it up any way you want, because after all, he doesn't copyright his stuff.
Oh, she will.
So why not?
I'm fine with this.
He's not going to let a copyright strike. That's good. And Isaac, his father, answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth. Okay. Whatever gets going.
Tents, but
better than tents. And of the dew.
Is that what I heard?
Everything about the evolution theory is back.
Now that sounds like a perfect imitation of Kent Hovind.
Oh, see now, that is him.
It is Kent Hovind.
It's going back and forth. See, he's editing his video, and then I'm working on my Kent Hovind impression. Everything. Mm-hmm. He's evolutionist. And Esau said unto his father, okay, we got one blessing. Esau, okay, he's weeping right
Got
now.
meat.
We got meat. And Isaac, his father, answered, oh, just in case you forgot who he was, answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth. Okay, didn't I just do it? Okay, I did
What
read
the hell
that.
is that?
Sometimes I have to see if they are repeating themselves or I'm backtracking. And by the sword, ooh, there we go, shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, and thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. All right, violence and kinkiness. That's a wonderful paragraph. You'll live off the fatness of the earth, the dew of the heaven. You'll live by the sword and serve your brother Jacob, and someday you'll be free of him. Okay. And Esau, the seesaw, hated Jacob. Well, that escalated. That did. We all saw that coming because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, the day of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob. And
Sounds like the author's on to new mushrooms now.
Yeah, they just went up. I think he's having a bad trip right now because it's just so funny.
That's an understatement.
But it's just so funny how he's like, you're going to serve your brother, and the next sentence is like, I hate my brother. It's like, okay, I saw that come. Because it's never like they lived happily ever after.
It's the mushrooms.
It's the mushrooms. And it's not a good trip. Like I said, yeah. And these words of Esau the seesaw, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau the seesaw, as touching thee, I bet you do, doth comfort himself. Now you're just telling me what I'm making the joke of, proposing to kill thee. All right, so he touched himself twice, and then he tried to kill something. Good for him.
Well,
I like
they're
the
not
notes
telling
here.
you you're wrong.
Yeah. Pretty straightforward. You silly atheist trying to take this book literally. You just need to understand the context. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice.
Context is mushrooms.
Yeah. Arise, flee thou to Lesbian, my brother to Haran, and tarry with him a few days until thy brother's fury turn away. So go to my brother's place in Haran. I'll let you know when it's safe to come back. Until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him, then I will send and fetch thee from thence. What should I depraved? What should I be depraved also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such of which are of daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? This more kvetching. Rebekah told Isaac she was weary of living with the daughters of Heth. She says her life will be worthless if Jacob marries one of them. I'm trying to figure out. He's going to marry a second woman? Probably.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
No reason not to.
We're at the last chapter. I think this is it. Because I think...
I mean, spoiler. Yep.
All right. And let me tell you, the wisdom I have gained tonight is just massive. I don't know.
Immeasurable.
You call this wisdom? You call this wisdom?
Yes. I mean, how else do you share your venison, right?
I mean, this is from the God of the universe, the most intelligent being anywhere.
Most intelligent, exactly. The all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe.
Well, that doesn't mean all intelligent or most intelligent, though.
Oh, apparently. Yeah. And okay, so
I gotta go. I'm falling asleep here.
You're perfectly fine. Thank you so much, Randolph, for being
Thanks,
with
Randolph.
us and having fun.
Oh, this is so much fun. What a nice way to end the day. This is just great. And all these laughs. Esau the seesaw, that just cuts me up.
Yeah.
Nothing like roasting the Bible before bed.
Yeah.
Nothing like roasting your
I'm
venison.
almost done with this editing, by the way.
Yeah, a slow cooked roast is much better than burning it. It's much more entertaining this way.
Exactly. I love a good slow roast.
Okay, good night, everyone, or good morning, I should say.
Exactly.
Have a
Night,
good one.
Randolph.
Keep laughing for a while.
And so, for anyone just joining us, we have been having the Skeptic Bible Study. Cannot believe what I'm reading. We're going to be going into the final chapter here because I wanted to bookend it on basically Yahweh just going out of his way twice to say, don't have sex with the Canaanites.
Yeah.
And
You Canaanite marry her.
you can't. I couldn't have said it better myself. And so this is our favorite new topic for the podcast today, which was intolerance. So we're back to intolerance and contradiction. And so let's
home.
break into it. We're back home.
we're
where
back
we
home.
love. Feels good. Okay. So chapter 28, book of Genesis. Isaac's instruction to his son Jacob: don't marry a Canaanite. Those friggin' Canaanites. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him. How many freaking times? Do the blessings wear off? Do they have like a countdown, like a cooldown timer? Like at the blessing, you have to like get it on. Maybe like someone debuffed him, so Yahweh has to.
I think that one was like a special blessing or something, as opposed to your ordinary blessings that happen like every day.
Oh, I know, your
like,
ordinary blessings.
Yeah, like people who have God bless their food before they eat it, because the animal they killed to eat is going to be so much better off now that it's blessed and dead.
Exactly. You can't just have a normal blessing that you find in the store. And all right. So, and Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. You'll notice he couldn't say, thou shalt not own other people as property, but
Just not the Canaanite.
Just not the Canaanites. All right. Arise, go to Pandora's box, to the house of brothel, to my mother's father, and take the
house of brothel?
Exactly. Word for word.
Go to Pandora's box.
What are you doing here, Mom? What are you doing here?
My mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Lesbian, thy mother's brother.
That's not a bad choice, though.
Not a bad choice. No, I go to the city of Lesbian all the time. And God Almighty bless thee and make thee fruitful, because that's what he does. And he either kills people or makes people multiply. And multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people. Once again, redundantly redundant. Okie dokie.
Yeah. Keep in mind, God sees everything.
It's a funny thing how many Christians, got that multiply part, but seem to have missed the part about being fruitful, because, they get all upset when somebody's being kind of a fruit,
Yes, they do. But and did you want to say something, Peter?
No. I'm just saying, God is all about multiplying, and the Christians keep forgetting that He
but
sees
not dividing.
I'm sorry. He watches everything. So Makes you wonder why he tells people to go multiply, multiply, be fruitful, multiply.
Well, because he made humans in his image, and they didn't come out all that good. So he's
I
looking
think
for an upgraded model.
I think he just likes watching the multiplying, but that might be me.
That could
Well,
be it.
I honestly, if the math seems to be right, he wants to multiply us so he can nuke us again. But
Yeah, that
That
might be
makes
it as
sense.
well.
No reason not to.
yeah, well, I mean, come on, playthings. You got to make them suffer a little bit. That is kind of the telltale of a psychopath. Slave.
Yeah.
And give the blessings of Abraham. Sorry, son of my throat. To thee and thy seed. With thee thou mayest inherit the land where thou art a stranger, which God
Mayest.
gave unto mayest, baby.
Mayest.
Mayest, we're getting fancy, which God gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went into Pandora's box onto lesbian. I can't. I forget what I was saying for the son of Brothel, the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob, and Esau, the Seesaw's mother. Exactly. There we go. Makes sense. Esau collects a third wife. Ooh.
Third?
A
Okay.
third. That Seesaw's getting heavy.
Yeah. It's
Let's
greedy.
Greedy. Also, biblical family values. We only have one wife except our second and third.
Except when we
Yeah.
don't.
Except when we don't. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, I get jealousy coming. Incoming jealousy. When Esau the Seesaw saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him away to Pandora's box to take him a wife from thence, getting fancy again, and that as he
Always.
blessed him, yeah. Sometimes I feel like they just throw words in that they don't add anything, but they're just like, okay,
Now
thank you.
read that sentence in
Well,
full.
that's
as
because
he-
that translation's in Middle English.
The whole thing
As-
was started.
So look at that sentence. That as he blessed him, he gave him a charge.
Ooh. Oh, I bet
See?
he did.
Yeah.
Gave a little jolt. Oh, baby. Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, because you already charged me, baby. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Pandora's box. And Esau the Seesaw, seeing the daughters of Canaan, pleased not Isaac his father. Well, at least there's not incest for once. Then went
Not yet, anyway.
not yet. Then went Esau the Seesaw into Ishmael and took unto the wives which he had at Manhattan, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebuchadnezzar, to be his wife. Jacob dreams on a pillow of stones. I don't even know what
my pillow guy's in the Bible too.
Amazing. All right.
All
And-
right.
and Jacob went out from Beerland and went toward Haran, and he lit that place up upon a certain place, and tarried there. What the hell? Something there. He was there all night because the sun was set.
Yeah, tarred and feathered there.
He tarred and feathered there. I know. It was terrible.
Yeah.
Took of the stones of the place and put them for his pillows. What the? Oh, we're going to need to go over here. And lay down in the place to sleep. On his journey to visit his uncle lesbian, Jacob stopped for the night at a certain place. He gathered some stones for pillows and went to sleep. Okay. Why?
Yeah, at a certain place. That's not accurate enough for me. I need to know where that is. Certain place. That could be
Oh
anywhere.
my God, I love a certain place. I used to get coffee there.
Really? A certain place.
Yes, a
That's
certain
awesome.
place. It was down by Townville.
By that other place.
Yes, by other place. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top, and it reached. Oh, bitch! Don't start making ladders to heaven. He's gonna knock you
ladder.
down. reached up to heaven, and behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Hey, that almost makes you think of like an angel conveyor belt. I like that. Just
Yeah.
imagine angels going up and down. Oh, okay, friggin' gotta clock in. Flap, flap, flap.
Yeah, it wasn't a ladder; it was an escalator.
Yeah. The Canaanites are pretty good, but oh, those Canaanites. Oh, that just hit me. Okay. The Canaanites. Gotcha. Days. Okay. Exactly.
I can't believe it.
But I want you to know we support every and all dad jokes on this channel. So bring it on. Bring it on. Okay.
Come on
Ladder.
down.
Come on down. Okay. Angel conveyor belt. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham. They need to like pronounce themselves. Once again, this is like
Yeah.
terrible exposition.
You know
Yeah.
what I
Hi,
find
I'm
funny
still me.
when God introduces himself, he tells everyone that he's the Lord God of Abraham, because obviously everyone knows Abraham. No one knows him.
Yeah. Well,
That's
Abraham's
the idea.
hot in the clubs. He's been hopping around, hitting those biddies up, and he knows how to pop a tune. He's into the dubstep, and so
Yeah.
they all know him. Okay, and he's giving them his seed. See, he's giving the
More
girls
seed.
what they want.
More seating.
Given the seeding, and thy seed shall be dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad.
Well, that makes sense. That's what Adam was made of, right?
I think so. He was made of rib meal or something. I don't know what the hell he was made. No, he's made of
I mean, really,
clay.
if you think about it, shouldn't there be just humans sprouting up all over the place whenever the dust gets wet? You know,
Yeah.
just saying.
Hey, bring on the new earthlings that should to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south. You could have just saved us time and said everywhere. And in thy
It's funner
seed-
that way.
I know.
North, south, east, even west.
Even west, our
Even
powers
west.
combined, we are directions. and in thy seed shall all the families of earth be blessed. I feel like I skipped this paragraph. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham, God of Isaac, the land wherein thou liest, of thee will I give it. Oh no, okay, I think I said. And it's seed. Good amount of seed. Everyone loves seed. Okay. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places, whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee, because I'm everywhere. So that's how that works. Until I have done that with
job of the preacher is to bring fresh sperm.
fresh. Oh my!
Only the freshest sperm.
Yep.
Only the fresh. Not from concentrate.
Yeah.
Not
Had to throw that in there.
No, it's okay. I've always been a fan of organic. So I have spoken to thee of. And Jacob awaked out of his sleep. You could have just said awoken. That is what you do when you come out of sleep. But good for you.
Yeah.
And he said, surely the Lord is in this place. Once again, he's supposed to be in all places. And I knew it not. Okay.
Yeah, where's he hiding? He's got to be around here somewhere.
When Jacob woke up, he was afraid and said, God is
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this
Isn't
place.
it interesting how, yeah, God's supposed to be in specific places in the Bible, and people don't notice him there, and then God doesn't notice people when they're hiding, and yet now they make him out to be everywhere all at once. I don't think that's the same God.
Yeah, there's not a lot of consistency in the Bible. It's just as if people who had no clue what the other one wrote started writing.
Yes, it is precisely as if that were the case. Or should I probably should have skipped the as if.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Amy.
Well, I'll do
God
a.
only
Cat
uses
wants
the
to be-
devil. He doesn't let him hurt us. He just uses him to show us what a stupid idiot he is.
See?
Okay. Yeah, God works in mysterious ways, apparently. And he was afraid and said, "How dreadful is this place?"
Yes, God
That
works in
is-
delirious ways.
Yes, so apparently. This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. So why are you freaking out? And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put up for his pillows. I feel like ground would have been softer, dude. Why did you put
Stone
up
pillows?
Yeah, why?
Yeah.
And set it up for a pillar and poured oil upon the top of it.
Yeah, if that's not a euphemism, I don't know what is. You set up a pillar and you pour oil on the top of it. We all know what that is.
Hey, you gotta keep it nice and lubricated.
Yep.
Okay, let's take us into the landing.
19, right? Yeah.
19. And he called the name of the place of brothels, but the name of the city was called Lulls at first. And,
Lulls.
Lulls.
and
Yeah.
Jacob vowed a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and remnant," oh, we all know where that remnant comes from, "to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace." Okay. "Then shall the Lord be my God, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that shall give me, I will surely give tenth unto thee."
Yeah.
Oh my goddess.
So he's lazy. He can't be bothered to build a church. Here's a stone, and that's it. That would have been a lot cheaper
Yeah.
if the Catholics had learned from that.
Well, God would be the laziest thing in the entire universe because, after all, being all powerful, it would be effortless for him to do anything at all, and yet he doesn't ever seem to do anything at all.
Nope.
Well, Dak, you see, that's the case right now, but thousands of years ago, he did all kinds of things. So
Yeah, he did all kinds of things. God can do everything except anything a human can do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even back then, he couldn't do anything that anybody beyond that time could ever get done that they weren't already doing then. And even that, I mean, God didn't build houses. He didn't give Adam and Eve a house to live in, or a teepee to live in, or an igloo to live in. No, he gives them a garden to live in.
He couldn't have come up with the
homeless
Bible.
people was a better thing, right?
Yeah, you couldn't have come up with the Bible in every single language and put it on a thumb drive. I mean, that would have been easy.
That would have made so much more sense. Why even a thumb drive? How about a computer the size of a thumb drive? That when you push the button to turn it on, it gets a screen, like 60 inches by 60 inches, and or how about 777 inches by 777 inches? Just because he would have known what inches were back then, and just play the whole video for you on this nuclear powered miniature computer, because after all, he's all powerful. That should have still been completely effortless.
Yep.
And all right, guys, so I just want to have a short wrap up. What do you guys think? Have we learned a great amount of wisdom from going from one prejudiced Canaanite proclamation to another?
I mean, I'll tell you, I
None
was on the edge
whatsoever.
of my seat the whole time. It was
The whole
riveting,
night.
Yeah.
riveting,
Yeah,
action packed.
We learned a lot. Bukaki and Dad
A lot
French
of
kissing his son and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And
I
none of
think
it was wisdom.
I mean, it's
I think
almost as exciting as taking out your trash or mowing your lawn. Almost.
Almost as heart pounding, right?
yeah.
And all right, guys. With that, I want to thank.
Would you like a preview of this thing I'm making, by the way? Because I'm really close to done with this.
Sure. So, in fact, do that if you want to plug. Donald, if you want to do that and then plug your channel. Peter, if you want to plug your channel, because both you guys have awesome channels. And then I just want to thank people and close out.
Yeah, I'm actually going to upload this to my channel as unlisted for now, and I'll send you the link to it so you'll have it for tomorrow, and then you can play it for the for the upcoming event. But yeah, let's see, where was I at here? I think I got to hit delete on this one. Hold on, just a moment.
Satan's a liar. He said, you can be like God.
Yeah, okay, delete that. Here, okay. Yeah, I got three more pieces to delete, I think. And then I'm all done with the editing. So take this one here and okay, come on, computer. Catch up with me. And delete that. And then this one. And paste that in.
And if you want, do you want to show us on the after show? Or the after? Because
yeah, I'm just gonna play a bit of the audio for you for now. If anybody wants to, see the whole thing, like I said, I'll upload it to my YouTube channel. It'll be unlisted. You can share the link with people in tomorrow's show if you want or whatever. But let's see, that should take care of that one. Let me double check that.
And while you're doing that, I just want to give a shout out to Peter's channel, which is going to go for it. Him and Robert host an awesome show, so go check out those two wonderful hosts over there.
We got more than that. We got Lilith.
Hey, shout out away.
We got Artemis Brain Sample, and we've got Erica Hernandez. Soon we'll have guest co-hosts, and we have great guest co-hosts like someone you might know. I've asked a certain Amy Newman to help me out with the show, and a guy called Mubarak Busharifa, and I'm butchering this name, who's also going to help me out. So yeah, cool people.
Yeah. So go over there once again for gonna go for it with our own Robert here, who is an amazing dude. In fact, shout out to all the mods out there for being so awesome. And then another shout out then for Donald's upcoming debate tomorrow, or not? It is a debate that we're going to be.
Well, it's a debate analysis.
Don't miss it.
Debate analysis. The amazing Aaron Ra, I can't even amaze it, is going to be on the channel.
Set your reminders. Don't
5
miss it.
p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And
Okay,
so, yeah.
here we go. I got this thing.
I set my reminder for tomorrow.
How long is this little video thing I just put together here. I'm checking.
I was gonna say, you asking us?
Yeah, I can't see it.
I'm looking to figure it out because I hope it's not too terribly long. Oh, there it is. It's a little over 10 minutes. Is that going to be all right?
It's probably
is that going to be
not
too
best
much for tomorrow?
the Bible study, but
okay, I'm just going to play a little bit of it. I can stop it along the way, but yeah, like I said,
play
this
like
is
a minute of it or something, like a preview.
yeah. Here we go.
I mean, as long as Aaron's okay.
Wait, let me let me get the phone near the
right
speaker. Now. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna turn this thing around here. And
oh no! If you do it,
let's see.
Then I can.
Can you see that? Can you see that? Is it on there somewhere?
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to see where is that it? Yeah, I think I got it pretty much on there, sorta. I can't quite see what I'm doing, but oh, that's right.
Yeah.
The camera's over that way. Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
My name is Kent Hovind, and I tell people right up front.
Oh, it's going to do that. Hold on.
Yeah, same thing with Amy's intro last time, probably.
Yeah, it's well, it takes a little while to load sometimes.
And I tell people right up front that I believe the Bible is the infallible, inspired, inerrant word of the living God. I believe it from cover to cover.
Why?
I believe the
why
cover on mine
that, though?
says Kent Hovind. We want to change people's worldview. There are two ways to look at this world. That's called your worldview. There's not much
One is
intelligent
reality,
life
the other is not.
I didn't get to see a whole lot of it. Wow, I get to be God. Now, Hitler said, if you tell a lie long enough and loud enough and often enough, the people will believe it. He said they're more likely to believe a big lie than a small one. If you want to get somebody to believe a lie, you have to do it like my two big brothers did to me. It's been proven in laboratory tests the brain doesn't even start to grow till kids are 18 to 20. See, if you want to get somebody to believe a lie, you have to mix it with some truth. That's how you trick them. Some kids should not learn how to do some things because they become what's known as a menace to society. But if you tell that to a first grader, he's going to believe you. First graders believe everything you tell them. They believe banana are moldy spider legs. I did. And then tell them again in second grade. This word evolved is a very tricky word. I've done over 90 debates and about 7,000 radio and TV calling talk shows, and I've learned how to win the debate on evolution in the first 5 minutes.
No, that's literally something from his own life.
I said, well, what do you mean?
Thing.
Have you heard his story about the banana
Which one
before?
are you talking about? There are 6 meanings to the word. Because according to the Big Bang Theory, the Big Bang, produced hydrogen and maybe some helium. Well, then how do we get all these other elements? You want me to believe uranium evolved from hydrogen? So say, well, you have fusion in stars. Yeah, but you can't fuse past iron very well. Number 2, you got a chicken and an egg problem here because you have to have the stars to make the elements and the elements to make the stars.
Now I'm going to stop that right there. I'm going to
hydrogen for a star.
Okay, I'm going to address a little bit of that. Yeah, exactly. Because notice his deception. He mentioned how do you lie? How do you get someone to believe a lie? Well, you mix it in with truth. So what does he do there? He says that it's difficult to fuse past iron. Yeah, you can produce other elements with fusion, but he didn't say impossible. It's difficult past iron. And
Donald,
then
you really hold on. You really missed it. If you tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and often enough, people will believe it. And you need to mix in a little truth. That is literally. No, hold on. That is literally what the Bible is. A few real places and filled with lies. Tell it often enough, and people will believe you.
Exactly, and that's what Kent Hovind is doing to people in every single sermon he gives, every debate he does, which is really nothing more than a sermon to him, and all of his books that he's written, everything he gives to people is nothing but that. It's a way of fooling people and brainwashing people, and that's what I've edited this video to expose thoroughly.
And I want to add something else.
and he says it's a chicken and the egg problem when he just got done saying that you start with the elements to get the stars, and then he says, well, then which one is it? Do you start with the stars or do you start with the elements? Yeah, you start with the hydrogen. That's an element, and the star makes the rest of them. And if it might be a little difficult to get past iron in the star, but he didn't say impossible. They will get past iron, and when you have a supernova, then it becomes real easy to get past iron.
I want to address something else. I want to address something else.
Way,
he also mentioned two different worlds. Let me say one thing. Oh, wait.
About the chicken the egg problem. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait.
So he mentioned a worldview and that there are two worldviews. He's wrong on that. I do not hold to a worldview. Regarding a worldview, the word worldview carries the connotation that a mere opinion can and does have an effect on reality. If you want to pretend that you have a very low intellect, then please continue to use the word worldview as if it's relevant. Meanwhile, rational people will have to exercise the use of the word.
Yeah, the truth is we each have our own worldview because we each view the world the best we can with our senses and what brains we're making use of.
Yeah, but that's not what he means with the word worldview.
I know. He doesn't mean pretty much anything by what he says. He doesn't mean what he says. He means something else, and that's the whole point. He's twisting everything on purpose. When he says evolution, he doesn't mean evolution. He means origin story. Well, his origin story is the most dangerous origin story out there, and he's the one who made up evolution being an origin story. I mean, he's crooked in every way you can possibly be.
Yeah.
And I tried my best to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I just couldn't. I mean, he's proven to me himself that he's not to be trusted at all. That yes, he can learn, and then he'll pretend that he didn't when it helps to promote his garbage, and pretend that he learned more than he did when that helps to promote his garbage. So
I still have one opinion. So it's worth talking to Kent Hovind because he will mention it on his channel. If you have a good conversation, he will put the conversation on his channel, and that will send people to look you up and maybe get a different opinion than the one Kent Hovind is giving. So I still think
I doubt Kent is ever going to link directly to anything that I'm on other than his own edited versions of it because I not only beat him in that debate, I beat him before I even started.
I think he put the debate on his channel.
Did he?
A link to the actual debate?
No, he recorded it from his side.
Yeah, exactly.
So you see the three of you on screen. It's you, Hovind, and James all the time.
But is it the whole debate?
I think so.
I would be surprised.
I'd have to check whether or not he made cuts. But if he made cuts, those would be apparent, and he probably can do
or if
that.
you just check the length,
Guys,
see if the length matches.
All interesting conversation, but we're gonna take it offline.
Yep.
This is gonna conclude our.
Thanks everybody for staying and watching, and I hope you had a lot of fun listening to what a joke the Bible is, along with our little, jabs that hopefully made it even funnier. I know.
And everyone needs to catch some sleep because you got to get back here in 11 hours. Keep that in mind. In 11 hours, we expect all of you back here for the next broadcast.
That's right. We're going to have Aaron Ra, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Woohoo! Like the fireworks.
Woohoo! And, okay, so I want to thank James W., Donald, Oz, Peter, Randolph, Ant, Ian, Robert, Titan, Mubarak, Blue Cat, Doc, Doorknob, Dave Garr, everyone out there. This is going to conclude our Skeptic Bible Study. Cannot believe what I'm reading, and I hope you all stay skeptical.
You better believe it.